A wonderful good morning to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished guests and partners of the Vienna Economic Forum. As your moderator, I'm pleased to open today's gathering under the patronage of His Excellence Dr. Christian Stocker, Federal Chancellor of the Republic of Austria, Patron and member of the Patron Committee of Vienna Economic Forum here in the beautiful Raiffeisen Saal. Our guiding theme today is Economy Meets Politics, Strengthening the European Voice. At a time when global uncertainties reshape economy landscapes and geopolitical realities evolve with unequal speed, Europeans' ability to speak and act with cohesion, clarity, and strategic foresight has never been more essential. I'm sure you will agree. The Vienna Economic Forum has long served as a bridge between sectors, between cultures and natures, and today that bridge is more needed than ever. You gather here today with one common goal: to shape the European economic future of the region through cooperation, through dialogues, and a shared commitment to progress. And to achieve this successfully, it needs more than information and more than facts. It needs two qualities that stand at the heart of the forum. And these two qualities are, first, a deep competency for constructive dialogue, and second, an attitude focused on achieving the best results despite challenges and complexities. So looking into this room and looking at the stage, I see both the expertise and the spirit required to make this day a meaningful contribution to Commons Europe future. So please join me now in welcoming our honorary guests. At my left, Dr. Severin GRUBER, Secretary General, Federal Ministry for Economy, Energy and Tourism of the Republic of Austria. We are glad to have you here. And I would like to welcome Ms. Natalia Selevestru, Secretary of State for Business Environment, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization of the Republic of Moldova. Good to have you here in the audience. And our distinguished representatives of the Vienna Economic Forum, His Excellence Ambassador Dr. Emil BRIX, President of the Vienna Economic Forum, and Ambassador Dr. Elena KIRTCHEVA, Founder, Board Member, and Secretary General of the Vienna Economic Forum. And a special welcome, of course, goes to our host, Dr. Johann STROBL, CEO of Raiffeisen Bank International. And now, to finally really officially open this year's forum, I kindly invite you, Dr. KIRTCHEVA, to deliver your greeting words.
Thank you very much. I have the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, meine Damen und Herren, welcome to the 22nd Vienna Economic Forum in this festive hall of Raiffeisen Bank International. And today, for 22nd time, I have the privilege, and together with the privilege, the responsibility to speak about the history, 21-year history, successful history of Vienna Economic Forum. Being here in this for Vienna Economic Symbolic Hall, dear Dr. STROBL, is actually, allow me to be sentimental, to look retrospectively, because the first Vienna Economic Forum, which took place on 8th of November 2004, was here in the same hall, at this time the festive hall of Raiffeisen Central Bank. The main theme in 2004 was EU enlargement, and not only as political, but primarily as economic problem, which makes it necessary to ensure at this time that investment will flow in southeastern part of Europe, as quickly as possible. This also underscores the significance of the region from the Adriatic to the Black Sea, still today a region with great strategic and economic importance. Between the founding members, the visionaries, and at this time, existed the consensus that the economy is the motor and the economy has a stabilizing effect. Under the motto "Economy meets politics," the pro-European platform, Vienna Economic Forum, offered the possibility for founding, developing, and balancing the dialogues with the regional and European politics for a better development and consolidation of the regional economy. Raiffeisen Central Bank at this time, founding member of Vienna Economic Forum, was and became one of the courageous pioneers, made these enthusiastic ambitions of the VEF founding fathers a reality in many countries from the region of Vienna Economic Forum. With this vision, Vienna Economic Forum developed over more than 2 decades, and not only as the platform for forming opinions, but also for voicing them in public and supporting the investment climate in the whole West Vienna Economic Forum region. Now, having 21 years of successful regional, European, and international active work, the challenges go on. Vienna Economic Forum continues to focus on its understanding that the regional economy from the Adriatic to the Black Sea is and should be qualified as an immanent part of the European and global economy. And here at the same hall, I am addressing you, dear Dr. STROBL, as CEO of Raiffeisen Bank International, and I have the pleasure, on behalf of the President and the Board of Vienna Economic Forum, to bring to you the message. It is the right time to enable us to have the possibility to welcome you in person as member of the Board of Vienna Economic Forum. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here in hall we have high-level representatives of regional, European, and international economy and politics. I am very pleased to welcome all of you to our 22nd Vienna Economic Forum under the patronage of Federal Chancellor of the Republic of Austria and Patron of Vienna Economic Forum, Dr. Christian Stocker. To support the development of the regional economy, this was, is, and stays the constant goal of Vienna Economic Forum activities in Vienna and in all member countries. How to promote the economic consolidation in the VEF member countries and their important role in the European economy, especially this time defined by many authors as new era of deglobalization. How can Vienna Economic Forum nowadays play its role as pro-European platform in the world reality, shaped by such a speedy transformation in geopolitics, trade, demographics, and technology? How to support the strengthening of a common European voice if the precondition is a common European vision, shared by all European countries? Vienna Economic Forum has invited, and here in hall, many of you, thank you for your coming. You are the visionaries. You are the decision makers from very important parts of the economy and the politics. Let us think about this question. And the good news is, I think that the well-known positive fact is economy has proven itself to be the driving force of development. My message to all member countries of the Vienna Economic Forum is work actively for the consolidation of United Europe as a strong player throughout the world. A united and strong Europe needs all VEF member countries. And being in this symbolic hall, let me quote the Raiffeisen Bank International motto: make it happen.
Thank you, Dr. KIRTCHEVA. Yeah, we will make it happen. We will make connections happen. And it seems that being here hosted by Raiffeisen, it's like coming back to the roots. And now we are looking forward to hear the greeting words from Dr. BRIX.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from my side. You have heard already, make it happen is the motto of not only this day and not only of Raiffeisen, but I do hope that's the motto of the whole region that we are discussing here. The very beginning of this initiative in 2004 had to do with a promise. The promise was the promise in Thessaloniki in 2003 that there will be an enlargement of the European Union regarding the Western Balkan countries, and not only the Western Balkan countries. Now we are 22 years after this promise, and we are still not there. And one might say, when we look at the political situation of the European Union, it is still a long way to go. But on the other hand, there is an understanding now, and we have to support this also with our work, understanding now that Europe needs to grow. Europe needs to grow because, as we know, on the one side, we have the problem with the aggressive Russia, and on the other side, we have a not so aggressive, but very unreliable administration on the US side. So Europe has to grow and has to stand on its own feet. And part of that is, on the one hand, that it's more than just the European Union of today. We simply need the Western Balkans, and we need all the 10 countries altogether who are waiting to join also the European Union. We all know that in the political life, it's a very complicated process. And I'm not going in this introduction to give you all the negative things about what's going on at this very moment. But there are a few positive things. And last night already, Minister Blackholm, she mentioned that Austria is supporting an approach that there is no unanimity in the process of the enlargement. As long as the negotiations go, that no member country can block this process. So these are small steps, but important. But what really counts is that the economic cooperation is the real chance for all of us. So that was the core idea at the beginning in 2004, and is still the core idea. Whatever the problems are in the political field, in the economic side, Europe has to work together. We do understand how difficult this is, regarding not only Europe, but also our neighbors. And the look at Raiffeisen, at the CEO, he understands what I mean with problems with neighbors in Europe. But we all have to understand that if we don't trust the economy, if we don't trust that there is a real chance that we can achieve what Europe has been promising all the time, peace, freedom, prosperity, and security, then there is no chance for that. So let us work to achieve these economic perspectives that are there. And I do understand that actually this is a time where we have until maybe 28, 29, until also politics will be able to open up to at least 2 more member countries. But this is already something not for today, because today we're discussing our economic chances. So welcome from my side again. Good.
Thank you, Ambassador. You mentioned the promise, so I now better understand the term of reunification. You spoke about it yesterday at the cocktail, so probably we will dive into this a little bit later in the discussion. So it's now our particular pleasure to welcome our host again, Dr. Johann STROBL, CEO at Raiffeisen Bank International. He seldomly speaks in public, so we are honored that he will share his expertise and his insights with us. Dr. STROBL.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dr. KIRTCHEVA, Ambassador BRIX, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For us it's a privilege and honor that you are here, that you have chosen this place for your meeting. And indeed, we are happy that we were there at the very beginning, supporting and thank you for making this reference to the last 20 years, more than 20 years. I think when we now look at the challenges what we face, it's worth that we look back and what the region have achieved to the benefit for the people in the region, but also for the benefit of Europe. It's amazing. And we should not forget this when we talk about the current problems and the difficulties what we face now, and exactly these huge developments what we have seen, I think is the real encouragement for those countries who are still not members of the European Union. You were so kind and referencing to our Make It Happen. So I owe you 2 sentences why we have this. So young people were joining us, and they were asking, what is our purpose? What is the purpose of our bank? For me, it's simple. The bank is only there to support the people, the companies, the countries we are in. So make it happen is simply, as we have it here, make connection happen. But whatever, we are supporters for the countries, the people, and the economies with all the troubles what we have. And we hope, and we do our best, all what we can, also in Brussels by consistently talking, bring some more countries in. It's very important for Europe, so we will continue that. And I want to thank you for all your support to the region and also for Raiffeisen. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We now say thank you to Ambassador BRIX, Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, and Dr. STROBL as they leave the stage. And while you are leaving the stage, I'm pleased to announce the first discussion panels, and I kindly ask you, Dr. Gruber, to remain with us on stage. You will soon set the tone for the first session, entitled Strategic Impact on the European Energy Economy, an important topic. So before you do so, I invite the next participants on stage, Mr. Ivo Prokopiev, founder and CEO of Renalfa IPP GmbH. Welcome. Mr. Manuel MAHLER-HUTTER, Managing Director, Wien Energie International GmbH. And Mr. Konstantin Ivanov, Group Head Energy M&A at Raiffeisen Bank International. And last, but certainly not least, it's my pleasure to introduce the conductor of our first panel discussion, to whom I will now hand over Harald KRÖGER, Group Head of Structured Finance and Investment Banking. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome from my side. We are aiming to keep the energy high for the next hour with a panel. But first, I hand over to you, Severin. Thank you much for taking the time and giving us a short impulse and keynote on the topic to engage us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador KIRTCHEVA, Ambassador BRIX, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The topic allows me to touch a little bit more broadly on the subject of economic policy, and I'm happy to take the floor and give a few thoughts. I'd like to keep myself brief, but a few thoughts on the current situation and the impacts on economic policy, because the impacts have become more geopolitical. So geopolitics is at the center of each discussion on a European level. If you go to a conference or to a council meeting, the subject is always geopolitics and economic security in general, because the discussion has shifted, of course, not just to the general idea, how can we source our energy, how can we keep our business location attractive, but more specific, how can we react to the current situation? And of course, this means you just have to read the news. Should we buy European trains, or is it allowed to also look to China to source trains? Where should we source our energy? Where can we buy our energy from? Can we buy steel from abroad, or should we strengthen European steel and aluminium sector? Should we buy European clothes, or can we buy them from somewhere else in the world? Of course, so these are the questions. Which of those industrial areas are of strategic importance and which are not? So resilience in some areas, in some technology areas, maybe defense and security issues at its core, it's not up for debate, but in other areas it is whether we should strengthen the European resilience or not, or how we can strengthen it. And of course the political answer is always simple. We should buy European, we should buy probably local or even regional, but the trade-offs are more complicated. And if we look at the Vienna Economic Forum, if we say buy European, it should be at least buy European in the broadest sense, not just European Union, but also Southeast Europe, our dear friends whom we support to join the European single market. So we have to relearn these industrial policy questions. And of course, at the center of it is always to keep our business locations as attractive as possible. Because this is, if we have an attractive business location, we don't have to ask ourselves the questions, how can we support some strategic areas beyond just the general attractiveness of our location. And of course, business and attractive business locations includes energy prices. If you ask the businesses, if you ask key industrial areas, they're always referring to the question of how much is the energy, and of course how much is the labor, how much are the labor costs, and of course bureaucracy in general, and how can we react to those challenges. But energy prices is of course at the center of the discussion, and that's why we at the ministry are working on an electricity market bill, which is due to be processed to the parliament by the end of this week. It has been already in the news, there are final discussions, and we hope that this is a step towards lower energy prices. And of course, attractive business location, on one side, it also includes infrastructure policy, and also energy policy is closely intertwined with those issues, because we need to have energy infrastructure, grids, and also energy storage, and further questions of the infrastructure, how we can also build up new power plants, and which of them, of course. So infrastructure is also very important for industrial policy, but there is of course the questions that I have started my keynote with. Which areas are of strategic importance? How can we support those areas that are very central to our economy? And of course, energy policy has always been related to it, because, as I've said, where do we source our energy from, and which infrastructure areas, but not only infrastructure, where do we have to have subsidies in order to allow a future good economic and energy economic system? And that includes the expansion of our hydrogen economy, because this is probably one area of the future, but this also includes European efforts as a whole to bring energy prices down. We have also started a subsidy program for the energy intensive industries. This is a subsidy should directly strengthen some industrial areas that are struggling with high energy prices. And of course, the renewables are also important for the future decarbonization efforts, because in general we have the idea that renewables are cheaper in the production, but of course we have to have the grid and the infrastructure around it. And of course these are specific industrial policy decisions, not just a question of general attractiveness of our business location, but we decide as Europe to have more renewables, to rely on hydrogen in the future, and to allow certain industrial areas to have subsidies in order to keep them competitive at a European level. So these are tough questions, and there are trade-offs, of course. We will talk about that. I've heard, so it's just not only a question of we can have everything everywhere all at once, as a famous movie title says, because subsidies means costs for the taxpayers, and of course some decisions might benefit lower energy prices in the long term or in the short term, but may not count on decarbonization efforts, or there's also the issue of reliability on supplies, which we have seen are not always as reliable as we wished them to be. So many trade-offs in classic economic policies, not just business attractive, an attractive business location, not just the question of infrastructure, but also the questions which industries and which energy supply and which framework we can provide. And I'm hopeful that this discussion will bring new insights to those trade-offs that are not always easy for us in the ministry, but not always easy for the European politics as a whole. Thank you for having me here, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and you know the first and potentially most difficult question will go for you at the beginning. You already started a bit. You know, is there even a solution in this magical triangle of affordable energy, renewable energy, and energy independence for Europe? And how could policymakers in the region support it? Or would we need to put a clear priority for Europe and say, you know, it's either green or independence or affordability which we need to chase for?
Well, that's the toughest.
We roughly have an hour, so.
Of course, we have our goals, our European goals. There are two that are within our competence as a ministry. That includes the renewables, the share of renewables in the whole energy mix, and energy efficiency. And of course, both can be beneficial to affordability as well, because of course renewables in production, they should be cheaper than fossils. But of course, this includes infrastructure enhancement, as I laid out. At the moment, there's the broader discussion of competitiveness within Europe, so there should be more focus on that. Of course, we support the REPower EU plans, and I think the European Union has realized that it is not only about ambitious goals, but also a realistic path towards it. And it's good that we have our goals, it's good that there's a governance around it, and it's good that there is also a supervision of those goals. But as you said, if we understand that it's a magic triangle or even polygon, it's the first step towards a more realistic and more achievable results. So and triangles means trade-offs, as I said before, and this means trade-offs on a day-to-day basis. Yes, we can still support the production of renewable power plants and solar power and wind power and so on. There's still potential. We should do it. We can do it. It is beneficial to our energy mix. It is beneficial to affordability. So yes, we should do that, of course. And of course, we can speed up procedures. That's the second bill we are preparing at the moment that I haven't mentioned yet. So there are steps that are obvious. And then there are steps that are more within the balance and where we should really look at how results are. But yes, there are steps that are obvious and we should take them first and then think about the trade-offs when they are there.
Thank you. Speeding up procedures. This is something that Ivo, I think, would be very happy about. You know, you as a serial entrepreneur with a lot of experience in the region in energy, what currently are the most critical changes and developments that you see, and what are also some reforms, you know, that you would want to share with this audience that, as we have heard, could make a lot happen?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here and to share my experience. I think maybe the biggest news that I have for you today is answering the first question of the panel, exact opposite way. So there is no more question mark, and at least for the private investors, for the private energy investors, there is no question mark, and there is no contradiction between Europe being offering cheaper energy for industries, being energy secure, and being energy independent. Because it's, and the answer to those three parts of the magic triangle are renewables. Because what has happened meanwhile in the last 10, 15 years is the renewable technology has evolved, and at the moment it represents by far the cheapest source of energy. By far, when I say by far, I mean by far. So it's 2 to 3 times cheaper than the second one, which is gas, and 5 to 6 times cheaper than nuclear. So there is no comparison. If there would be free, equal environment for investments of different technologies, which one will eventually prevail? So I think it's a matter of maybe addressing point by point, where is this coming from? Energy independence, it's obvious. I think Europe, the only own resource that Europe has, we don't have fossil fuels, we don't have other vast natural resources, we have renewable sources. And it's a matter of organization and adapting to this new energy system, which is going to be very different, because when the renewable penetration in the energy system exceeds 25–30%, then the intraday volatility starts to be very high. The average prices are similar, but they come as a result of very, very cheap prices in the times of production of renewables, and extremely high prices in the times where there is no production. The solution to that are batteries. So that's why in the last 3–4 years we are witnessing global battery revolution. So batteries are adapted on the side of the producers, batteries are adapted in the trading system with the grids for balancing market, and batteries are adapted on the side of the consumers. It will take learning, it will take different way of structuring the organization of industrial process, but it's here. I mean, it's happening. I mean, everywhere you go, companies, households, traders and producers are investing in batteries. So this is something new. We have to learn how to live in this new environment, but there is no other way except for renewables, electrification, and hybridization of our use of using electrical energy.
Thank you. Manuel, we all got up with hot water today. We had a coffee, we recharged our phones and everything. So all that is up to you and the team providing the most beautiful city on planet with energy. What is needed to make Vienna independent, to make Vienna on this ESG commitment, and how could you also, collaborate with the region on that?
Yeah, good to know that you're obviously customer of Wien Energie, because I had my first coffee here.
What else?
Thank you for that. It's very hard to say something smart when the most smart things have already been said by the two gentlemen on your right. Vienna is, if you compare Vienna, the size of Vienna with the size of Austria, Vienna is relatively large. So we are supplying currently 2.6 million customers in Vienna and surrounding areas. And of course, there's not enough space for renewables within Vienna, and there's rarely enough space for renewables in Austria, because we have a lot of regions going through this energy transition. So I think the main and our approach is, of course, as well, and we have to supply secure and affordable energy, but increasing the area where you produce energy while investing into grid infrastructure, into storage systems, Of course, that's for a large urban area the key to bring it affordably and to bring it secure to the customers. And I also agree very much that there's not really a contradiction, so that the marginal costs of renewables, they are the cheapest. As long as we have batteries that basically bring together the off-peak and off-peak area, and as long as we have enough grid capacity, basically there's always some wind in Europe. There's always some rain, and even the sun. If you think about between let's say Donetsk and Bretagne, the sun simply shines longer. So investing into this grid infrastructure, while what Ambassador BRIX said, increasing the Europe or enlarging the European Union and bringing it to a single market, I think is the key, not only for Europe, but very much also for Vienna.
Thank you. Konstantin, there are not too many people that know so many assets in the region. All the buyers, all the sellers are constantly cooperating with you. What is currently on the mind? What is the strategic trend? What are the considerations of people even exiting, and what is considerations of or prerequisite of new investors to come?
Thank you for the question. It will be hard to add a lot more than what was already mentioned. Let me take your question probably a step further and then also bridge it a bit to the political angle. It's very difficult to install such a large transition as the one we're trying to do in Europe without really the government and the political sector supporting that fundamentally. Where we see investors really trying to speak to governments is on the topic of seeing the energy costs as a coherent number. We don't speak about so much the cost of energy coming from renewables. We think about the energy cost that ultimately is baked into the cost of our produce, which ultimately makes our industries competitive or not competitive. This means that we need to think about distribution and transmission grid networks, about connectivity between markets, and of course, allowing for the most efficient deployment of capital in the sense of trying to build cost-efficient energy generation. CFDs, if I come back to this last point, have been an excellent solution to that. It's also market-based, does not provide the wrong incentives to different market players, and delivers the, be it under an auction, delivers the lowest cost of electricity per megawatt hour in combination with allowing investors to fund these assets in the most efficient manner. That is excellent solution, also in some markets applicable for batteries, but the grids continue to be an area where it's in most of Eastern European countries, we act after the issue, or we see the local transmission grid operators and DSOs acting after the issue is identified, more than being a bit strategic and trying to be there to facilitate and accelerate the transition and ultimately help bring the cost of energy down so that we, as an economy, if you think about the European Union as a whole, could bring us back to a more competitive level globally. That is probably what we see as a bit of a broader picture on top of what was already mentioned.
Thank you. Talking about competitiveness, will we be able to remain competitive, or are there certain industries where you say, you know, they are so energy intense that potentially Europe needs to reconsider its industrial mix?
The good thing about giving a keynote is you can ask the questions without giving all the answers, because these are...
That's the disadvantage of the panel,
That's the disadvantage of the panel, exactly. So I think we need more strategic clarity as Europe as a whole, because of course each and every industry wants to be of strategic importance. And the honest answer is not each and every sector is of strategic importance. When we were at the informal trade meeting, we were lucky to be at the Lego campus, you know, Lego, the small bricks you can be playing with. And it's lovely and it's great to be here and interesting to see, and they are competitive in general. But we would agree that the toy industry is probably not of strategic importance, even though there's big production facilities of Lego all around Europe. So, and clothes, as I said, as I mentioned before, probably we've already lost most of the clothes industry. So probably same answer, this is not of strategic importance. And then there are areas where we can debate. And of course, in those geopolitical, with those geopolitical preconditions, there are certain areas which we want to keep. We have decided as the Republic of Austria and our ministry to give a huge subsidy to the last penicillin production site in Tyrol, the last whole fully integrated penicillin production site in the Western world. Because in a situation of crisis, this plant, this production site can provide the whole Western world with penicillin, which is very key to all medical procedures that you may know. I'm not an expert there, but everybody says you need those things in nearly every operation you can think of. So, of course, there are issues where it is easy, and we've decided also to support the so-called fabs, which are chips production sites, semiconductors, that are, so really the chips themselves. Of course, Europe is in the supply chain of the whole world, but we've also decided to, as Europe, with the CHIPS Act, to support those fabs. So there are decisions that have already been made, and of course, energy is also an area where we have to become more independent. And then there's areas where there's still discussions how we can support them, how long we can support them, and how economically viable it is to support them in the long term. And I don't want to give a final answer to this question now.
So there is a transfer to a next panel next year where then final answers on these difficult questions. We're talking about difficult question. Ivo, you know, if we talk about energy transition in the entire region, there is one elephant in the room, and it's a big red elephant. How is your experience, you know, with Chinese technology, with Chinese investors, with Chinese products, which on the one hand are perceived as an opportunity, also due to the prices, on the other hand also are, of course, as we have heard, a threat for our own industries?
I think if we keep in mind the angles of the Holy Triangle, as we defined it, security, independence, and competitiveness, I mean, there is nothing wrong and nothing bad of benefiting from cheap Chinese component, because it's maybe too late for Europe to compete in some sectors. So China is so well advanced, 10, 15 years, it doesn't matter to try to compete with that type of scale and cost. What it makes sense actually is to innovate and apply, be the early adopters of these new technologies, and benefit and profit from them, and allow European businesses and European customers actually to feel the benefits of the technological advancement. Industrial innovation in manufacturing is only one of the ways to innovate. I mean, you can innovate in the supply chain, in the risk management structures, in the financing structure, in the business model. So there are hundreds of other ways if European companies have the right mindset and the right institutional framework to scale and to grow. They can create a lot more value, and of course, having in mind energy security issue, which is there. So we shall not ignore it. But the same also applies for the fast trains. I mean, it's much more relevant for Europe to have its main cities linked with the fast train links, rather than debating for years who is supposed to produce them.
Severin, what is your take on that? Benefiting from potentially cheap technology, or rather being a bit more protective in the region?
I totally agree. We should have a high-speed railway link network first before discussing specific products or specific production value chains. And of course, also, Europe as a whole has benefited from cheap solar panels from the big red elephant in the room. I mean, this has been, some say, it deliberately taken into account by European politicians, because it just made the transition cheaper. But of course, nowadays we try to react to it. The last call for subsidies in the solar to enhance solar production, solar energy production, has come with a European buy European, made in Europe bonus, made in Europe bonus. So you get a premium if you buy European solar panels. This has been one first effort to support European production. So we decided to do that on the subsidy side. And of course, these are the trade-offs I mentioned. And I think politics have not found a final answer to that. It's more on a day-to-day basis. We benefited from cheap prices first. Now there's more focus on made in Europe premiums and European industries in that sector.
Ivo, you once had been in production.
I just wanted one comment for these last measures, because this is a good example of inconsistency of European policy, because the whole design of emission trading systems and the Green Deal and then many other packages that followed the emission trading system introduction. So was leading into one direction, to build a competitive, based on renewables, energy sector in Europe, which can provide cheap electricity. So if cheap electricity is the goal, we shall not create obstacles for the companies that invest in the sector to do it, because every obstacle like this by Europe, but Europe, for example, wind turbines in Europe are 40 to 50% more expensive than the Chinese. Panels are probably 80 to 100% more expensive. Batteries are 200 to 300% more expensive. I mean, it comes with a price. I mean, then this is a conflicting goal. So we support Europe, but for how long? I mean, do we have the resources to support it? I mean, you all know what happened with the pan-European project for batteries, Greenvolt, in the Nordics. We have not only the biggest European names, Mercedes, BMW and the others, but we had also Goldman Sachs and all the big American investors, and nothing happened because there is another elephant in the room, by the way, and it's a European single market and abilities of companies to grow and compete on the global scene. The truth is that the European single market is not functioning. We call it single market, but it's not. It's a combination of 20-something to 30 markets, and the eternal invisible barriers between the countries are very significant. For example, I won't mention in which deal, but for one very small transaction, our investor needed to wait almost 1 year for anti-monopoly clearance.
Let me just react by saying that I agree that there are inconsistencies, and of course it's easy to call on the European Commission to clarify our strategic position, but I think we need a common European position on that. What does economic security actually mean? As I said, if you go to a council meeting, everybody mentions a different kind of sector. If we want to reduce those inconsistencies, we have to have more strategic clarity, which industry sectors we fight for, we want to have, we want to keep, we need in, because in a situation of crisis. And we want to use comparative advantages. Global trade is based on the idea that you buy the cheapest product and you share, you have global value chains, and so these ideas are still valuable, and the WTO is still valuable, and those rules that are based here. So we fight for those rules in general, but of course, the specific areas where we want to fight for certain areas in the industries, and in that way, of course, you're right.
Last question on China before we go back to the region, Konstantin. How do you see both Chinese investors or also Chinese technology What role do they already play, and are they, perceived well by investors? How it is working in due diligence? So what is your experience on that?
Sure. Maybe to add to the point of Ivo before, if we try to subsidize European production, let us also consider the scale of the demand that this European production needs to serve, because it is simply the case that if you want to build a utility scale solar or wind, wind is probably not a good example, but especially for solar and batteries, it's very challenging to secure enough to pull this off in the current market. And if you add the cost of it on top, then we really need to decide which one is more important for our economies. Is it doing the green transition fast and efficient, or is it to cross-subsidize and grow a sector at the expense of everything else? Now, it's also the case that generally it is challenging to build any generation asset in renewable energy without a Chinese technology. For wind, of course, there are ample options on the market, the likes of Vestas, Siemens Gamesa, Nordex, General Electric dominate really the European market, if I can put it this way. You still see here and there Chinese turbines, but even for wind, it's also quite often the case that you would see a Chinese transformer, for example, because the lead times of getting those in place, if you try for an alternative, are such that you need to put your project on hold for a considerable time. And then, to add to that, the panels, obviously the global leading producers are Chinese, and therefore, again, coming back to the story, whether you sacrifice your economics and your asset perspective versus trying to look for an alternative to a Chinese supplier. And neither of these have been a problem for investors. Most Chinese suppliers pretty much dominated the tier 1 lists, and I think this also applies for what lenders prefer to see or not. Probably wind is not there yet in that sense, but it's just the case that it's now the standard technology to see in those type of assets. Do investors consider this? We see a lot more consideration for wind. I mean, I take it that the prices are lower, but we see more often than not non-Chinese technologies for wind being chosen, and there is still some consideration when a Chinese technology is brought to wind asset, but for solar, it's certainly not the case. And to finish off on the investors, as we also have a branch in Beijing, so we have the pleasure to actually work and be in direct contact with most of the players who would look into Eastern Europe. I think their ambitions are at par with some of the largest investors in our region. They have, of course, increasingly or more informed views of the market than they used to. Their investment processes have been somewhat sophisticated from our own experience, and we see them as a minor, probably niche of the market, but one that certainly is there to stay. Maybe that's a good way to conclude on that.
Thank you. Manuel, coming a bit back to the region, you know Central Eastern and especially Southeastern Europe very well, you know, as a developer, investor, asset holder, also hearing on the ambition for the single market. What are your experience, any very positive experiences you want to mention and name the country, and any less appealing experience where you potentially want to anonymously share where we need to improve?
Well, a lot of very positive experiences that we have. Maybe if I may start, why are we investing as Wien Energie abroad, and we are since 2008 basically investing not only in Vienna but But one of the most positive things for us is probably now, as we're investing a lot in solar, that the sun shines much longer. So taking the same investment in Macedonia in comparison to Vienna will bring you some 30% more of turnover. And to a certain extent, the same applies, of course, to hydropower or to wind power. So generally, our experiences are very positive in this long-term view that we fortunately have. At the same time, I think the strategic importance of the, as I've said before, enlargement of the Western Balkans especially, of course, that would immediately increase the attractiveness also for other investors, respectively, would trigger a higher amount of investment. Me personally, I'm dealing with this region since now, I think 15 or 16 years. Back then, I was pretty sure that in 4 or 5 years it will be in the European Union, all those countries. What Europe did not actually do then, and it coming back to China and maybe Russia and maybe Saudi Arabia, so we gave into this region, we gave the power to invest into infrastructure, to invest into energy to countries that we probably do not really want to have in this direct neighborhood investing into infrastructure. So I think what we need now in order to increase the attractiveness investing there, which in turn would mean, of course, adding to a renewable, affordable and reliable energy system, is basically enlargement, bringing them under the same regulations as we have, and for Europe having basically the balls, I think I should not say now, but having the no fear in order to support the region of Southeastern Europe and those countries within Europe that are not part of the European Union yet.
Thank you. We very briefly touched hydrogen. Is this something that in your longer term strategy plays a relevant role? What's your take on this?
Yeah, basically, I mean, there are a lot of initiatives on hydrogen in the European Union, in Austria, and of course also for us in Wien Energie. As some of you probably know, we're running a long-distance heating network in Vienna, one of the largest in Europe, Fernwärme Wien. So we are not only providing electricity but also heat, and if we decarbonize, we have there's simply a difference between the production in summer, autumn and winter when we basically need the heat. So we need some kind of storage for the different seasons. And we as Wien Energie, we have, I think, some very interesting initiatives. So we are just digging for geothermal energy in the 22nd districts. But of course, hydrogen is key for this long-term storage, and I think is key for the decarbonization also for many other industries. So we take that very serious. I think it's a very much at the beginning of the development cycle. There's a lot of unclearness yet, but the long-term perspective and the long-term use of hydrogen, I think, is very obvious.
Thank you very much. Before we come to a last round of questions, I also want to give the audience the opportunity to ask any questions to the esteemed panelists. Are there any questions from your side you want to raise? There are mics, hopefully somewhere in the room, but it seems there are more mics than questions. Anyone? There is one question over there. Thank you very much. Mic is coming.
Thank you. My name is Otto Muselik. My question is, the politicians and also the companies promised us very low energy prices. Now, for the time being, we are confronted with the opposite. And how, and what do you see the time frame? When can we see lower energy prices for the consumers in the reality, because you have to invest a lot in the production, in the infrastructure, and so on. And also what we heard in hydrogen, and to change all the system in a complete other energy form. And as long as there's a representative from Wien Energie, everybody is talking about lower energy prices. But I remember Wien Energie increased the prices of district heating by 100%. And therefore, I cannot believe how fast can we reach the situation to lower energy prices, to be competitive in Europe. The second question, if it's allowed, is I believe the reason for the high energy prices are also based on the different and complicated laws and the regulation in different countries. And my question is, who is working about the common regulation, also for Middle and Central Europe, to reach low energy prices and safe energy prices?
Thank you very much for the question. You know, maybe we start with you, Severin. When can we not only hope for lower energy prices but also expect them?
One has to be honest, of course. So there's no lever that politicians can pull to lower prices from one day to another, except for some tax rates you can think of. But so we have to go step by step. And as I said, the electricity market spill that's now being finalized is the basis for lower prices. So I call on each and everybody to support the bill and to support all the politicians and parliamentarians to get this bill passed. As you may know, we need a 2/3 majority in parliament, which is a particularity in Austria, which we're not very fond of in our ministry, but that's another question. So really, we need those majorities, we need this bill, because this sets the basis for the further steps to be taken. And this bill aligns Austrian regulation with European regulation, so this answers probably your angle. How can we harmonize regulation? So this is one aspect. It supports grid-friendly behavior. So if you consume energy in a way that's beneficial to the grid in general, you get lower prices, which is a good incentive for consumers and also for producers. It allows for power purchase agreements between suppliers and industries. So this can also be a step for lower prices. But to be honest, this is also a question of the European energy market as a whole, because there is a premium at the moment. Yes, there's a Austrian premium in energy prices. We're a little bit above the European average. But of course, the European average is still much higher than in the US or in Asia, in China, and so on. So we can do our part, and we want to do our part, so please support us in those legislative proposals. But then, of course, it's up to the supply, the European supply in general, and supply and demand. I don't have to explain it. So if we can create more supply, if we support Repower EU in the right way, probably it helps the European Union and Europe as a whole to get energy prices down.
Thank you, Ivo. Maybe both on the prices as a developer, you of course expect stable cash flows. But how do you see prices going forward?
Yes, I would say that in Europe the price is neither high or low. It's hopefully still market prices. And now the discussion can start. If we still believe that we are market economy and we rely that supply and demand shall set the fair prices forever, we shall encourage the supply. And the only way to achieve, I mean, we are back to the initial, to the first part of our discussion, and the only way to encourage and to promote the supply with cheap sources is to promote the renewable integration in the system. There is no other way. If you ask a coal producer, if the prices are low or high, the coal producer will tell you, oh, they are very low because we cannot operate in this environment. They cannot operate because their production was intentionally made expensive with the ETS system and the CO2 quotas that they mandatory have to buy. I mean, this is part of the European consensus that we have, that we should transit from carbon-based energy system to decarbonized economy and economic activity. If that consensus is still in place, there is no other way. I mean, in some of the discussions I sense like underlying hidden intention, let's renegotiate everything since the beginning. That's also possible, but then let's sit on the table and be honest and say, okay, do we want this green transition or not? Because it also comes with the price.
Wien Energie was briefly mentioned. Any comment from your side? When will prices come down?
Yeah, I think this, I mean, what was the reason, or what is to a certain extent the reason for the very, very high energy prices? It's still the dependency on carbon fuels, it's the dependency on coal, it's the dependency on gas and on oil. So that increases the prices, and that increased the prices in a time when the war in Ukraine started enormously. So the long-term, or actually the mid-term goal has to be to come to a technology that has basically almost zero marginal costs of production. So if we of course heat the city with geothermal energy, it is a lot of investment, but then it does not cost us to produce an additional megawatt hour. And I think there are two major initiatives or demands that we would need to have from politics, from European Union. It's first what you very correctly mentioned, a stricter, a clearer, and a more unified regulation system. So we are currently operating in 7 countries, and they have very, very different regulations. They have very different time frames. You never know what is now the hurdle in this specific country, in this specific technology. And at the end, a smart subsidization system. So the subsidies that adapt actually to the reality of investors. And what is the biggest hurdle of investors is basically the duck curve. So basically the difference between the high and the low prices in a decarbonized market. So CFDs, I think, is a first and very smart step. But subsidizing, for example, batteries would probably help bringing those together and having the possibility to calculate with more reliable turnovers for investors that again would decrease the average energy prices.
Thank you. Any more? Oh, there are many questions. That is good. Now we are starting.
Mr. Prokopiev, you said that renewable energy costs only 1/3 or 1/6 of nuclear and of gas. Well, that's only one part of the game. The second part is the cost of investment of batteries. So instead of investing into fossils, we now have to invest into batteries, into Speicherkraftwerke that we have in Austria happily. So that's the full account of what you said.
Yeah, exactly. And what I had in mind, thank you for the question, by the way, it's in very core of the energy transition. It's this, in fact, the duck curve, which was just mentioned in the batteries, this issue is already dealt with. So when we say now renewables, we understand hybrid system that has generation capacity and sufficient amount of battery storage invested next to it to deal with the duck curve of the production. So this is when I say renewables, I mean that, and our company was one of the first, if not the first in Europe, actually to introduce this hybrid model to the market. We were the first to go to long duration batteries 2 hours, then 4 hours, and now we are moving even to 6 hours, exactly for this reason, because then you're independent. Then you can compete with the other producers with the base load. So what we do, we sell base load. We don't sell profiles. And if the governments in Europe and the European Commission, they want to be visionary and forward-looking, they have to introduce CFDs not for the profiles, because profiles are raw material of the electricity system. I mean, they have to introduce CFDs for long-term baseload products, because this is what's missing on the market for stability and for predictability of the cash flow. Liquidity for long-term baseload products, and this is what will trigger the prices down. Prices are high now because everything happens on the spot market, and the world is very volatile. Every day we have all sorts of news.
Yes, hello, Pia Hecher from the Austrian Press Agency. You spoke about hydrogen, and the cheapest hydrogen in China currently costs 40% less than in Europe. So how can we benefit from Chinese technologies without making ourselves dependent? Thank you.
So it seems to be not a magic triangle, but a magic square, because 1 point has been added. I don't know, who wants to briefly talk on hydrogen and how could we benefit from cheap Chinese technology without being independent?
First of all, for Europe, the moment has not yet come, because what's happening short term, the batteries are killing the hydrogen case. So for the time being, we will stay with batteries penetration, then there will be another waves of renewables coming, and then maybe when the price of electricity is significantly below 50, I would say below 30 euros per megawatt hour, then the moment for market-based green hydrogen will come. Because this is the only way to scale, really. I mean, not rely on subsidies or promotion mechanisms, but to scale, it has to be market-based. And we are not that far from this future. I mean, if there are no obstacles, I mean, the market in 5 to 10 years, the market will be there. So institutionally, to respond to that question, what we do when we apply this type of Chinese technology, so we do two things. Normally, we control the software. Its energy management system is always ours. And second, for our partners, institutional partners, lenders, banks, and investors, we do cybersecurity audit of the devices and of the processes. So this is for to guarantee. We seek for third-party validation that there are no leaks. Of course, 100% guarantee is not possible. I mean, if there is a bad will, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, if I can comment as well, because you mentioned it's cheaper in China. I obviously don't know what the reference is, but it can be, and I'm quite sure it is, the case that the largest component of the price of hydrogen, and this applies to Europe as well as China, is still the energy cost needed to produce it. It is a very energy-intensive endeavor, and therefore, to make this competitive, you need the lowest levelized cost of energy in your production of hydrogen to split the molecule of water between oxygen and hydrogen. So now in Europe, I mean, we've seen also as part of our projects and together with our clients, there are cases where you would look to probably jointly invest into an energy island or other type of renewable production, which will allow you to have the lowest levelized cost of energy, which you can then use to produce the cheapest hydrogen. So it's not just about the technology, it's about having the right goals and the political support to make this investment in the smartest way to bring your future hydrogen costs down.
We can take those two more, three questions.
I also had a question. Lilia Petrova, student at the DA. We obviously talked about how lower costs do bring lower project costs as well. So when it comes to China, of course, we are getting lower costs, but that may also bring hidden costs such as maintenance, cyber security. And I wanted to know, from a political point of view, how can Southeast governments quantify these hidden costs when deciding whether cheap is really cheap? Thank you.
You know, political questions, we have a clear panelist for that. I understand the challenge because, of course, we fear to pay twice if we buy cheap at the beginning.
I mean, I can only say I can understand your point, and wherever possible we should point out those additional costs. It's a matter of awareness, and as all matters of awareness, it's a joint effort, and thank you for raising that issue.
I can maybe also, you know, just add from the banking perspective, this of course is a super relevant point of view, because on the one hand you want to use technology that then is yielding the profit for our investors. At the other hand, we want to make sure, you know, that there is no insecurity, cyber issues that one cannot steer. You mentioned you do a lot of due diligence on that, I guess, right?
I do, and here I would add something else. Now the world is going through a very painful rebalancing and searching for new equilibrium after. We used to be a single hegemon world, and suddenly unilaterally this hegemon decided to step aside and encourage the world to seek for new balance in the multipolar world. So in this multipolarity, there will be, at the security level, I think security and defense level, there is no doubt. I mean, we have to stay with US and the umbrella of NATO and invest and lift our defense and security capabilities to the level of being able to defend our economic interests. Because at the moment we are not. We are simply, Europe is not allowed to participate on the table as equal. And you saw that. I mean, the negotiations for US tariffs were swift and one-sided. One very, very, very quick in the bad sense of this. So, but for the economic cooperation in the economic area, I mean, we need to find a new balance. I mean, trading as equal partners, because Europe is still the second biggest single market, total close to 600 million consumers, and in the market economy, this is what matters. I mean, who has the consumers? He's determining the terms. So we are in very strong position, in fact, if we solve the other problems, to trade on the equal basis with China and with US, and then we shouldn't be afraid. I mean, we shall not see, I mean, the same way we have to adapt, we discuss now to adapt Chinese technologies in renewable domain, but the same applies for American AI technologies. I mean, we have to be the first one to benefit from it. I mean, based on that, we need to develop the most sophisticated weather models, transport models. I mean, the potential is unlimited. I mean, the fact that somebody else has discovered something doesn't prevent us from being the first one to apply and benefit from it.
In your case, Manuel, is, you know, Chinese technology is something where our heating and energy that we proudly buy from you is involved. Is it something that you assess? Do you see risks?
Of course, in our panels are, of course, not from Europe. I think as rarely any is. But just to expand your thought, basically, I mean, we had this very kind of funny discussion with another grid connection, with the grid connection of actually Apple iPhone, where European Union said, well, we want to have the USB-C, and they managed, and Apple is now selling them as Europe. So I think the discussion is to a certain extent ridiculous. Of course, we can demand from China, if they want to supply, to have some security standards implemented. Of course, we can bring them there. I think the discussion circles a little bit in a very narrow area, and we oversee, as the colleague from Austria Presseagentur mentioned, we oversee that we also can very much benefit. Hydrogen components is now a market that is increasing. The technology is not mature, so making China, bringing the technology towards maturity, towards compatibility, could also in the long term benefit European market and European hydrogen industry.
So it seems to be another topic where Europe needs to get on its feet with self-confidence and demand certain standards. Thank you.
My name is...
Sorry, we go over there. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Victoria Wolf Barreiro. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of Spain here in Vienna. Thank you so much for this very interesting panel. I would have a couple of questions on green hydrogen, because we have talked about hydrogen, but nobody mentioned the green hydrogen. So in Southwest Europe, we are producing already green hydrogen, and we have a lot of possibilities to export it. So my first question is, how do you see the south east part of Europe importing from the southwest? And Austria, there is already a big investment by Verbund in Spain, for example, so that would be interesting. My second question is about Austria and Baumgarten plant in particular being a hub for green hydrogen in the future. Do you see their possibility? How much can the pipelines, the gas pipelines, be transformed into green hydrogen pipelines? Thank you.
Anyone?
Yeah, just a short answer. This is the vision, of course, to use the gas grid for hydrogen in the end, and to make Austria a hub for the transport of green hydrogen in the end. But I also agree that there's still a way to go there. So we have to keep a realistic picture. There needs to be, there are investments to be made. There are, of course, subsidy programs out there. We're trying to support this, the ramp up of hydrogen. But of course, the big question is, when does hydrogen arrive to Central Europe, and in what capacities? And it may not be as quick as we had hoped for, due to energy prices and due to other reasons. But when it is there, we have to be ready. And of course, you mentioned the core elements of the vision, of the hydrogen vision of Austria, being a hub and using the existing grid for the transport.
Maybe we didn't, or I didn't mention green hydrogen, because all the hydrogen we're talking about would be only the green hydrogen. So we are just planning with green hydrogen. And from our perspective, coming back to the question whether Spain would be a possible area of supply, and you're right, Verbund invested quite something there. Hydrogen, the big issue is the logistics. So how do you get those quantities that you would need efficiently and cost efficiently to the area where they can be used? And that's why also the Baumgarten hub, or repurposing actually the pipeline, is, I think, very much a way to go. And I think there are already some initiatives within Central Europe to check the feasibility of this repurposing, or making existing pipelines hydrogen ready.
There is one very interesting idea for Ukrainian post-war recovery related to the green hydrogen, because the other resource in Europe, a part of Spain and Portugal, is in Ukraine, and there is very well developed gas pipeline linking the former Russian gas pipeline network, which is linking Ukraine to the rest of Europe, so which can be repurposed to transport green hydrogen. But that's, I think, is really early stage and long-term discussion.
Thank you. Now, sorry.
My name is Mudar Khuja from the Austro-Arab Chamber of Commerce. When we are talking about hydrogen and the generation of or producing hydrogen, so the next neighbors to us is the Arab countries and the Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia and others as well, and there are currently big projects bringing hydrogen, whether green or blue. We can a little bit fight a little bit, but I am not very convinced about green hydrogen. It's a hydrogen which is produced very cheap, by the way, and there is a pipe coming from Saudi Arabia over Egypt towards Greece, and this is the first pipe, and other pipes will follow. So we don't have to look to China and other markets. We just have to look into our neighbors. Thank you.
So thank you for reminding me of that, because our minister has just been in the United Arab Emirates and has announced a huge collaboration project with OMV and Borouge and ADNOC, because of course they are also our syndicate partners and are very well known and friends actually and strategic partners. So of course those projects are very important for OMV and for the further development of hydrogen. Thank you for reminding me of that.
Thank you for all your question and the active participation. I fear we need to transfer the other questions to the break. All the panelists will remain over the coffee, and please feel free to approach them. You know, in bilateral talks, you can potentially even ask more difficult and confrontative questions than you could ask in this broad audience, and people are very much looking forward to that. I still want to close with one fast round, you know, addressing a bit which countries will matter in our region, and also how the Thessaloniki promise, you know, not just can be delivered with regard to energy, but so many other topics. Konstantin, let me start with you. Bulgaria and Romania have always been one of the key areas where we have seen a lot of investment. Is this something that you see continuing, or do you see other countries that are gaining traction with regard to investor interest or developers' interest?
Certainly, the two markets, south of Poland, are probably the most dynamic in terms also of investors, external investors' appetite, of course. We don't see a reason why this should not continue. On the contrary, it's just the nature of assets for us, of course, as an advisor coming to the market are now mature, operational, built or in the process of being built. And of course, the appetite into other infrastructure in both countries we see a strong demand, and we don't see a reason why this would not be the case. Where we are quite hopeful, or try to look a bit beyond the constellation of the current kind of dominant energy-intensive markets, is really the Western Balkans. Serbia is very interesting for us. Albania, I'll put there North Macedonia and Montenegro. Of course, the scale is somewhat different between all of them, and for example, Romania, where you have gigawatts of single assets. But a lot of good things have been done also by the local governments to inspire confidence in investors, and we see this really being the case.
Ivo, what is your area where you will grow, if you are able to share that?
In Eastern Europe, I think Baltics are the most reliable countries, the best functioning market economy, and really proper democracies. The countries with the biggest potential, I think, are Poland and Romania, because they have the highest probability of attracting data center business. And when the large-scale data center business comes, this changes everything for our industry.
For Wien Energie?
Well, I think you cannot really rank the countries, but you can have a look what's more efficient, what makes more sense to invest where, and as I've said at the very beginning, I think the key is to have a larger coverage. The key is to have the benefits from each country, legal-wise, but also geographically-wise, combined to an energy system that is decentralized and not dependent on fossil fuels.
Thank you very much. And you know, you have the final word. You know, with one question. This round is now more than 20 years, and EU enlargement has always been one of the driving factors for these people coming together. How many more years you think we will need to come together until the Thessaloniki promise will materialize?
Well, the Minister Blackholm has given a very optimistic speech yesterday, and I want to chime in on this optimism. I hope that the coming years, and also you, Ambassador BRIX, said it yesterday, 2 years, there's going to be progress, and I hope so as well, because enlargement of the single market is a huge economic potential, and we support that also as a Ministry for Economy, Energy and Tourism.
Thank you very much, and energy is just one of the reasons why we should make that happen. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stay just a few minutes. I just have to announce the coffee break. What a wonderful timing. Thank you, Mr. KRÖGER. Thanks to the panelists. And thank you for the active engagement in the discussion. I hope you do so in the next panels. We continue here at 11 sharp. Enjoy the coffee break and make connections. Thank you so much. And thank you not only for your engaged discussion, but also for your cooperation, enabling us to start sharp, at least more or less sharp. Thank you. So our theme for this second session is Where There Is a Will, There Is a Way. It's about strengthening the regional economy and its competitiveness on the common European path. The discussion partners have already taken their seats on the stage, so I would like to start with a short introduction. I start on my left with Magister Harald Riener, member of the Managing Board of the Vienna Insurance Group. And I continue with Ms. Charlotte Ruhe, Managing Director, Central and Southeastern Europe of EBRD. Welcome. Magister Eckehard Stremitzer, Managing Director of AME International. Ms. Dragana Radonjić-Petrović, the Vice President of the Serbian Association of Economists. Mr. Dimitro Grepak, MBA Executive Board Member of the Moldindconbank SA. And last but not least, Mr. Ivailo Izvorski, the Chief Economist, Europe and Central Asia, World Bank. We will start our discussion very soon, but before we do this, I'm pleased to invite Ambassador Dr. Harald Stranzl, Head of Department of the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs. He will speak on behalf of the Secretary General for Foreign Affairs, Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs, Ambassador Dr. Nikolaus Marschig. So we are eagerly expecting your greeting words. Dr. Harald Stranzl, I hand over the floor to you. Please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor to speak to such a distinguished audience here at the Vienna Economic Forum. It's 22nd edition, I've learned before, on behalf of Secretary General Marschig, who unfortunately cannot be with us today. And he asked me, as the Austrian Foreign Ministry's Director for Foreign Economic Relations and Trade, and also the National Coordinator for the EU Strategy for the Danube region, to represent him here today. In the 3 decades since the fall of the Iron Curtain, Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, so our region, the CSSE region, has transformed beyond recognition. Countries once divided by history are now linked by trade, investment, and share a European perspective. And yet today, we stand again at the crossroads. Geopolitical tensions, the war in Ukraine, hybrid threats, US-China rivalry, supply chain bottlenecks, and high energy costs are testing all our resilience. At the same time, digital and green transitions are redefining competitiveness, while demographic pressures intensify, more than anywhere else also in this region. The question before us is simple but profound. How can we strengthen our regional economy and ensure that our common European path here in the CSE region remains one of convergence, not divergence? We all know economic success and political stability go hand in hand. Investors always follow predictability, and predictability follows the rule of law and stability. This is why EU integration remains the most powerful anchor and driver of transformation of our region. It nurtures good governance, strengthens institutions, and limits the space for external influence as well. For the Western Balkans, as well as for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, Enlargement is not a distant dream. It is a roadmap for reforms, growth and stability. And for the EU, enlargement is a strategic investment in its own resilience, also in its global geopolitical role. EU and its pre-accession funds and also the macro-regional strategies like the EU-Danube strategy do not only support short-term growth, they modernize infrastructure, energy systems and digital networks. The green transition, defense spending and also nearshoring of supply chains now add new layers of opportunity, of concrete opportunities. Let me highlight in this context one key instrument, the EU growth plan for the Western Balkans. It offers an early integration dividend, bringing parts of the EU membership benefits well before accession. Its goals are clear: deepen access to the EU single market, strengthen inter-regional trade through the common regional market, advance practical steps such as joining the Single European Payment Area, SEPA, and also the EU roaming zone. Integration sometimes begins with phone bills and payment transfers, cheaper calls and faster payments that connect citizens and businesses long before treaties are signed. Backed by a really impressive 6 billion reform and growth facility, 2 billion grants, 4 billion loans, the plan is already delivering very, very concrete and tangible results. And by aligning with EU standards, the region becomes more connected and more attractive to investment and trade, actually the topic of our debate today. Austria has been always one of the, if not the strongest advocates of gradual integration among the EU member states. We believe that reform progress should be rewarded, not only politically, but also economically. Countries meeting criteria should participate step by step in EU programs, from SEPA to the research area, from EU roaming to the digital single market. This builds predictability, once again, and trust, and keeps a momentum alive even when enlargement fatigue sets in. And the same principle should extend also, of course, to Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia, countries that share also Europe's values and vocation. Let me briefly now also turn to Ukraine as the Foreign Ministry's head of department for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Ukraine's reconstruction is one of the greatest and biggest economic and political projects of our time. It's not just about rebuilding, it's about modernizing, it's about transforming and Europeanizing Ukraine's economy. Before the war, Austria was Ukraine's 6th largest investor with over 1,000, I repeat, 1,000 companies employing more than 25,000 people, many of which have remained active throughout the conflict, fortunately so. And the Austrian government has appointed Wolfgang Anzengruber as special coordinator for Ukraine's reconstruction, signaling also the political support and our long-term commitment for this project. Austrian expertise in engineering, construction, finance plays a leading role, and I know from my own first-hand sight in Kiev, in several business trips to the Ukrainian capital, that Austrian has an excellent reputation in Ukraine. This is also an asset we should cherish very much. And rebuilding Ukraine is not charity, it's smart investment, and it's a huge business case for those who really can see it and want to see it. Coming already to the last part of my intervention, governments can build frameworks, but it's the private sector, it's entrepreneurs, it's investors and innovators who create prosperity. Despite global headwinds, the CSE region continues to outperform Western Europe, with growth projected at 2.2% in 2025 and 2.7% by 2027. Yet various challenges remain. Skills shortages despite rising numbers of graduates, and the end, also very interesting to see, the end of the low-cost model. Exchange rates have appreciated, wages are rising faster than productivity, and the cheap labor label no longer fits, and thank goodness. Higher wages mean stronger domestic markets and a push for innovation, which is good. This is not decline, it's a passage towards smarter, more sustainable economies. With EU funds, green transition, infrastructure investment, CSE is entering a new phase on convergence where technology, resilience and human capital drive growth. We also see spillovers from higher defense spending, now exceeding 2% of GDP in several of the countries, modernizing industries and strengthening supply chains and driving innovation. To sustain this positive momentum and boost competitiveness in the region, we must build on 5 key pillars. First, innovation. Innovation is the new currency of competitiveness. CSE lags behind Western Europe due to its weak R&D investment, fragmented startup systems, limited academia industry cooperation. But initiatives such as EU Innovation Agenda for the Western Balkans helps here as well. Second, energy transition and industrial resilience. Energy security is now a core competitiveness factor. Diversify resources, expand cross-border interconnections and accelerate renewables. The European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the World Bank today, with representatives here also on the panel today, are key to financing and de-risking private investment in the region. Third, regional connectivity, very, very important. Efficient transport and digital networks are the backbone of competitiveness. But connectivity, unfortunately, still lags behind. Take the example of a train ride from Zagreb to Budapest that takes around 6 hours. This is not just inconvenient, it's a real drag on business, tourism and regional integration. So trans-European transport networks, the green agenda for Western Balkans must be advanced together to connect economies sustainably. Fourth, education and skills. Also here, one of our last figure I want to share with you. The 2022 PISA study showed that 79% of Western Balkan 15-year-olds underperform in at least one key subject compared to an OECD average of 45%. So education reform is really essential, especially to support innovation and employability. And then, of course, last not least, rule of law and anti-corruption. Tackling corruption in the region has been objective for quite a while. Progress is not enough yet, so the level playing field remains vital, however, to unlock investment and strengthen institutions. My final words, your region has shown remarkable capacity to adapt and grow, even in very difficult and turbulent times. The next challenge is turn ambition into tangible results, complete key reforms, advance regional integration, and unlock private investment that create jobs and strengthen resilience. Here, of course, partnerships are key. Governance, business, and international institutions must work together to deliver impact. Austria will continue to play its role as a reliable partner, a bridge builder within the European Union and beyond, ensuring that European integration, private investment, and multilateral cooperation reinforce each other for a stronger, more resilient, and united CSE region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Ambassador Dr. Stranzl. There were so precious impulses in your speech, and I wonder if we probably could refer to what you have said in our discussion round. But before we do so, let's bring back into mind the motto of this first panel: where there is a will, there is a way. And I think whenever we speak about will, we speak also about responsibility. And responsibility is about giving responses, responses to a lot of questions that we heard already this morning. And to refer to what we have heard right now, I would like to pick up the keyword Ukraine. You mentioned it quite often, Ambassador, and I think no one is more able to answer to this question than you, Magister Riener, because you are a country-responsible board member at the Vienna Insurance Group for the Ukraine. And so my first question I would like to address to you, in the context of strengthening the regional economy and, of course, its competitiveness on the European path, what do you see as the most urgent economic priorities, particularly considering the challenges of Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. The good thing is, I think the motto, where there is a will, there is a way. So the most important thing is we have to keep our will strong. And I think this is the biggest part, that not the fatigue is coming up that you mentioned with, together with a different topic and not the topic in the Ukraine. Maybe give me the chance to answer this and structure the answer a little bit. One, personal, and the second from the company, and the third, what I think is important for the future of the Ukraine. The first, personal impression, I'm responsible for the Ukraine for many years in our group, and I really have to say the personal experience with the colleagues, with the people in the market is incredible. We were talking a lot about resilience, and this is really where you can see resilience, and where resilience is recreated every day and strengthened by the people itself. I remember when this war started on the 24th of February, unfortunately many years ago. Meanwhile, we established immediately a corridor for our employees to come to Poland. A lot of them came to Poland, also to other countries in our group, stayed there. And when I visited the colleagues, we had some little apartments where they were living then. They had the laptops with them and they were working. So this is a complete different approach of homework, or home office if you want. This was a foreign home office. So also here the clear will, we go forward, we drive it and so on. Second personal remark, I was also several times in this period in the Ukraine myself, and also had the not so nice experience to spend the night in the shelter with the colleagues when there were some rocket attacks to Lviv. And we spent 7 hours there, and then you get a complete different approach to the topic, and you get a different feeling what it means. And the next day we met a lot of other colleagues, and there were a lot of alarms during these days, but nobody reacted. So I decided I also do not react, because they have very good apps, innovation. You can see really in detail which airplane is coming, which rocket, what is the attack, and so on, and then you react accordingly to the threat. This is also, I think, what we can learn from their resilience, the will, and how to react in detail on the things. From the company side, our group is for many years in the Ukraine, and we simply came to stay. And you said a lot of companies, Austrian companies are there, and most of them they're staying because we think it's a good market, it's a strong country. And yeah, this is our decision in this area. We have more than 1,500 employees, and the incredible thing is the companies are functioning. And also one of these energy transforming stations is very close to one of our headquarters, and this is heavily attacked over the years, again and again. Still people show the resilience, and by their will are coming to the company, working and so on. I think this is also important, not to lose faith, but to stay strong, stay with them, because they are also staying with us. This is very, very clear. To support the people, you have to take a responsibility, and you have to send very strong responses, not only once, but very, very often, because it's a kind of reassurance that you give to the colleagues, to the people in the country. We established the VEF Family Fund. This is the dedication that the families of our employees, if there is a need, are getting supported. For example, there can be medical treatment needs, then there is this fund providing the financial possibilities. There can be, I don't know, a destroyed apartment, then there is the fund supporting. So I think this is also important, not only what governments are doing and states are doing, but also out from the companies to send a very clear signal. We are there, and we are not just talking, but we are really, for example, with this VEF Family Fund, really supporting people in need. And when we come now to the topic with the what is important, number one, not to lose the faith and to be very strong and also send these messages. But it's not only sending messages, but from my point of view, there are 3 areas. The one is definitely what is important is the resilience. The resilience is extremely high, they are extremely innovative, and we have to keep up this resilience, maybe even strengthen it. And resilience needs, of course, energy. And to keep up such a strong, resilient energy level, of course it's needed that you're getting some energy also from outside. This is very, very important. On the other hand, positive for the rest of Europe, we can learn a lot from this resilience. I was walking once through Lviv, everything was dark, the coffee shops were dark, but they were full. And I asked myself, why are people sitting in a dark what's going on there? They use the energy explicitly only for charging their phones. Nobody switched on a light there. Yeah? So and this is how you see how people can live. As a resilience is the one thing. The second thing is relevance. I think this is extremely relevant topic, maybe not only for the area of the Ukraine. I think if we allow some movements forward, this might also threaten other parts of Europe. So this is an extreme relevant topic. We have to keep up the relevance in our head, even if it's for a very, very, very long time. And the third, and this is then the beautiful thing, is the rebuild. To be ready for the rebuilding, to have strong partners like EBRD, the World Bank, IFC, name it, and so on, who is standing behind with a lot of power. This is not only financials, this is trust standing behind there. This is investment in the region. This is support. This is know-how. Yeah? This is, if you work together with the colleagues, we are doing this, you get not only, this is not only investment, this is a lot of know-how, and thus, again, sending a very strong message. Yes, we believe. Yes, there's a will in this rebuilding. Yes, we are ready. Yes, we have the tools. We have the financial power. We have the know-how. Yeah, and we have the capacities, because capacities, this is a lack in the Ukraine, as there are less and less people in the country, unfortunately, and sometimes you want to do something or you want to drive something forward, but actually one mayor told me we are not having even an architect who can replan the school to rebuild it because there is nobody. So this is also something what we have to keep in mind. So keep the spirit up and believe in it, but it will not be a sprint. This will be even maybe not a marathon, maybe this will be a triathlon.
Yeah, and not to give up with this fatigue, yeah, as we heard it already. So you turned already to Ms. Ruhe, because if we are looking to European development in general, EBRD has a major role in times of geopolitical tensions. So from your point of view, how can you contribute to the independence and to the resilience?
Thank you for the question. It's a pleasure to be here today. For EBRD, these are our countries, and they are shareholders, and we are committed to them, no matter what the times bring. So since the start of the war in Ukraine, the bank has invested over 8 billion euros, 2.3 billion euros this year alone. We will continue to deliver in Ukraine, but also, importantly, in the neighboring countries.
Of course.
And for example, the 3 Baltic states are very advanced markets where, for competitive reasons, our investments had become quite small in the period before COVID and the war. With COVID, we already saw an increase in demand, but now our investments in the region are about 100 times bigger than they were, or sorry, 10 times bigger than they were. And that is something really impressive. For the rest of the region, our business has grown between 100%, 50%. So the bank has invested, for example, last year, in the EU countries that are our countries of operation, more than 4 billion euros and 1.4 billion euros in the Western Balkans. So these are important markets for us. Now, what do we invest in? We've heard the word resilience a lot this morning, and I think it's so important, particularly in the energy sector. So we are working on interconnectivity, both for electricity, and we have financed the gas interconnector between North Macedonia and Greece. That was probably our last gas infrastructure project until, who knows, now we have a different view from the White House on these things that might enable us Also, given the demand, for example, with the sanctions on Gazprom, we will be looking possibly to also assist Serbia with an interconnector to North Macedonia. But I mentioned electricity, but also interconnectivity is important on the transport side. And I should mention on the energy side, between Romania and Moldova, we've financed cross-border gas and electricity. So these are important elements. Something else in terms of interconnectivity, which I think is so important for making European economies more resilient, is the transport. So the roads and railways is, as our colleague from the ministry mentioned, the ambassador. But also we need to have capital markets integration.
Yeah.
And we began a program a year and a half ago with 8 stock exchanges, 7 from EU countries of Central Europe, as well as North Macedonia, to integrate the back offices of these exchanges with the objective to eventually create a list, so an index for the region, so that, you know, we have this in the Baltics. We did this together with the ministries of finance and with the NASDAQ-owned exchanges there. But there's great opportunity to create more integrated economy across Central Europe with this project that includes the Warsaw Stock Exchange, which is by far the largest, but it's a real cooperative effort. It's not a case of Warsaw coming in and taking over other exchanges. So that's one of the examples I'd like to mention. Now, you know, the most important thing for these countries, of course, is to get into the EU. And it's been a long time coming. The references to Thessaloniki feel quite ironic. But I did feel at a recent event in Tirana, together with Commission President von der Leyen and leaders from the region, that in fact it's really happening now. The momentum is very strong for Montenegro and Albania. I think it's important to build up the speed and momentum for the other countries. And in this respect, we're working very closely with governments and with the EU on the reform and growth plans. Rule of law is critical. We're working a lot on the energy sector, improving the governance of the power utilities, putting in place proper market systems to underpin investments in renewables. We're working also on battery storage. But I would say that is more advanced in Bulgaria and Romania than in the Western Balkans. But these are sort of the key elements from my point of view. Yeah. You know, we work closely across the region. Romania is our second biggest country after Poland, and Serbia is high up there as well.
We'll hear about Serbia very soon.
Yeah. So I'll save a few more details for further on in the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like now to broaden a little bit the economic perspective on the one hand, and on the other hand, I would like now to do a little bit more a deep dive into healthcare. Magister Eckert-Stremitzer, we look forward to hear your insights based on years of know-how that you have in healthcare infrastructure with your company all over the world. So you have a good comparison between the rest of the world and Europe. You are in Europe as well as in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in America, in Middle East. And I would like to ask you, from an economic perspective, what conditions are needed, especially for healthcare, to fully unfold its potential as a strategic pillar of European sovereignty? Because healthcare is a huge part it's 26% part of the
healthcare is a very complex thing to discuss, because you have to differentiate between the private sector and, of course, the public sector. When it comes to the public sector, healthcare is usually lagging behind the development of the economic development, usually. And when it comes to strengthening the European position, obviously there needs to be done a lot in terms of healthcare and healthcare improvement, especially when it comes to the countries in the southeast of southeastern part of Europe. And in general, and this is also true for the other parts of Europe, Austria, it's healthcare, the more it develops, comes along with a lot of inefficiencies. And if you can wipe out these inefficiencies, then you would arrive at quite a beautiful system where a lot of funds could be made available in order to further strengthen the healthcare systems, in particular when it comes to the fact that in Europe we have a very aging population, which needs to be addressed too. And of course, in Central and Western Europe, the situation is a little bit different compared to the Eastern European parts, where you observe a certain brain drain when it comes to healthcare know-how in terms of doctors and nurses who are leaving the areas and coming to Central and Western parts of Europe for the simple reason that doctors and nurses are needed here in this part. So there is a lot of framework to be changed in order to reverse that process, because without doctors and nurses in the eastern part of Europe, it will be very difficult in the future. Then, of course, when it comes to infrastructure investments, there is a lot to be done, again, in the East as compared to the West. The West needs to become more efficient. In the East, you have to do a bit more infrastructure investments in order to achieve the same level of healthcare that you can enjoy in the West. Another topic that is extremely important in healthcare is the digitalization. Yes. There is, so that the keyword is the electronic health records. Then, of course, there is the huge topic of artificial AI in the field of healthcare when it comes to, for instance, diagnostics, where, of course, huge investments will be needed also in the West. But if the governments are asked to provide a correct framework for this, so that all these systems which are existing can be made fully can be fully used to its full potential, and avoid inefficiencies by creating or by the fact that these are not efficiently used.
Yeah, you told me about inefficiency yesterday evening when we spoke. So probably you are engaged in Albania and Moldova, is this right?
Yes.
Yes. And tell us a little bit about your experience. Yeah, what works well and what doesn't work so well compared with
in Albania we had a very good experience, because this was a project in the field of IT where we connected several health centers together. So basically building the highway where the healthcare facilities can communicate. This was easier because it was more or less a greenfield project. This is much more complex in Western Europe, where you have already in place certain systems that need to be adapted so that you can achieve this. In Moldova, it was the refurbishment and modernization of a hospital. So it was a classic project with medical equipment. We were working hand in hand with the Turkish construction company who did the building, and we were doing all the medical appliances and equipment commissioning and training. And this was financed with the help of Austrian financing, backed up by the Austrian Kontrollbank, an organization that we frequently work with. The project was very successful, and things like that can be duplicated, of course, in a lot of other countries.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's move to Serbia. And yeah, we are delighted to have you with us again this year and to benefit from your really profound expertise and know-how. Please share with us a little bit the Serbian perspective. It's really a key country in terms of stability in Western Balkans.
Yeah, it is. I would start with a situation which we are facing these days in the world, that we are part of the global environment, which are facing currently probably the most problematic things at the same time. Huge technological changes. AI is the biggest change after internet, I would say. After 30 years, we are facing now AI as a huge technological change. And we know that all changes can benefit positively but negatively at the same time. So we have to we have to take care how we will use that AI, or the AI will use us in a negative way. Just to know that the third economy in the world is a cyber criminal. So the third one, that's very important where we are living now these days. The third economy in the world is a cyber criminal. So it's huge disadvantage and I would say a challenge that we have to face. We are facing geopolitical tension, we have invasion, we have many wars, two very important for us, one even more important, Ukraine and Russia, which is on our territory, on European territory, very close in all terms. So we are really facing a huge challenges as a global. And I will not mention all other political tensions and everything. And growth of competition. So we heard this morning Mr. Ivo that he said that China is minimum 10-15 years ahead of Europe in different segment of innovation. And what is the biggest challenge for us? People. People. We do not have people. We do not have workforce. We do not have a human capital. You just triggered mine that we have a brain drain. Serbia is probably the biggest supplier of German hospitals, not that much Austrian, but I think Austrian and medical sisters and all of them. So it's a very big loss for the country because you invest in education, you educate that people, that capital, human capital, and you cannot rely. And we are getting older and older as a nation, and we will not have enough people who will take care of us because our young doctors are leaving country. But we do not have enough people. Workforce is something what is crucial and what will make the difference between the future growth among the countries. And that's what we are facing. For example, that Southeast Europe have roughly 115 million people. And it's a bit huge market for the products, for the services that we can provide. But if we compare ourselves, for example, just with the Philippines, with Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, we are facing countries who has Philippines 150, up to India who has 1.5 billion people. So these people are our, let's say, neighbors. In Serbia, we have a lot of bus drivers, truck drivers, and I'm pretty much sure that you have the same people here, because even out of the region there is no migration that much, because we do not have enough people to supply your needs. And that's something what we have to count on. That's something what Serbia was relying on low-cost labor and attracting a lot of investors. Recently, next month, we have 2 companies who left Serbia, who closed the factories on south of, Charlotte must know for sure, on south of Serbia. They left, and I think 300 people stayed without a job because they just closed. We are not that cheap anymore as a country. Because
still after lowering the costs.
Exactly, because you have wages that Asian, our friends, we really rely on their support because we do not have enough of them, but they are ready to work for much lower wages than our people. And you know, when investor came and had the average half of this current wage, it's not very good for their business case. So we have to switch our business model in the future if we would like to, stay competitive.
Yeah.
We have to first innovate. I just heard that you said that in the Western Balkans, 79%, if I heard well, was underperformed. So we have to take care. The education has to be the first sector that we have to focus our resources. Healthcare, but if you do not have people, very soon you will not have anyone to cure in the healthcare system. Innovation is crucial. We have to move our all resources to connect innovation and researchers with industry. Transfer of knowledge has to be very concrete and very realistic. And that's something what we should rely in the future. And of course, we have to connect, we have to collaborate, and we have to trust each other if we want to survive, I would say. Otherwise, I do not think only for Serbia, but for the whole Western Balkan region, and even much broader. Europe has to be more, let's say, to take things in their own hand and to be more pushy, more collaborative, more supporting. Of course, that administration and all this regulation has to be in line, but there we need medium-term plans because, firstly, energy. Just Mr. Ivo mentioned data centers. Americans are financing several data centers in Europe. What the data center means, they will swallow the energy because their consumption of energy is 70 to 80%. So we have to produce that energy. But it will be much better if we will rely on those data centers. So I think that crucial for the competition, for staying stable, is to have people, to have educate people, and to try to retain young and educate people in our own countries, because we can easily cooperate together. But if we are weak as a most stable country, then all others will be much weaker.
Yeah.
So I would be really focused on human capital and people, because they will produce everything. Yeah. They will use AI either in a good way or in a bad way.
But human capital was a clear strategic plan, as you mentioned, because that's probably also the problem with China. They stick so close on their 5 years plans and more, and this is what's missing a little bit in Europe.
Because any of the project in any area, you need time. You need at least 3 to 5 times for any. For infrastructure projects, you need up to 10 years. So all these projects are very, very time-consuming. And of course, investment in those projects in terms of infrastructure, because we need to be connected if we want to stay competitive. We need to take off barriers. You see how many trucks are on all these borders which are entering into Schengen area.
Course,
it's not good for us who are producing those products, not good for your market who are importing those products. It's very, very, in terms of economics, it's very bad. It's very bad. There's some calculation, maybe my colleague from the World Bank knows that Serbia is losing 1% of GDP growth because of that bad border burdens and everything.
Within Europe, we have
within Europe, because our strategic partner is Europe.
Yeah.
60% of our all trades goes to Europe and comes from Europe. Yes. So we need better connectivity and better mobility of the products, people, services, everything.
Thank you. Probably Mr. Izvorski can reply on this a little bit later. Before, from Serbia to Moldova, also here, Mr. Krepak, it's a small landlocked country with a remarkable capacity to integrate into European markets. You have a very strong pro-European momentum, but we faced already a lot of pro-European momentums in other countries. Do you trust in this time it will really be a success?
Well, I hope it will.
Make use of it?
I hope it will, yes. I moved to Moldova only 5 years ago, so I'm an expat in the country, and I'm a banker, so I'll try to do as much objective evaluation of the country's competitiveness as I can, but I fell in love with it. I mean, I really love the country, the people, excellent food, fantastic quality of life. It's a well-kept secret in Europe. So anyway, but I'll try to be as objective as possible. I believe there is a strong momentum in Moldova, and it's not something built on the sand. I think it has very strong fundamentals. So first of all, Moldova truly shares European values. It's a vibrant democracy, and from economic development perspective, the country is based on the rule of law. The companies, the majority of companies, they follow the regulations. Sometimes these regulations help, sometimes they do not really help, but the companies follow these regulations, they really do, and they pay taxes. I think it's a majority of companies. I think it is really good for a post-Soviet country. What else? Respect for private property and protection of private property. I think it is, again, a very, very important element. Mr. Ambassador mentioned the de facto integration that is already taking place. If you look at Moldova, Moldova's economy as a living organism, right? So its main arteries are already connected to the European Union. In 2022, the country synchronized its electric power grid with the European Union. Electricity, power supply, connected to Europe. Second, this year, Moldova joined SEPA. We as a bank, Moldindconbank, we joined SEPA as well. It's a vessel, it's an artery that connects financial system of Moldova to the European Union. Finally, communication. Rome like at home, right? So in about a month, January 1st, 2026, Moldova will join Rome like at home system, environment, which means when you travel to Moldova, you can use your mobile package as if you're at home. The same for Moldovans going to European Union. I think this is very, very important. In general, the country is small, yes, but it's a very resilient, it's very smart, and a very stable country. I was surprised to look at the graph, the currency, stability of Moldovan lei. No matter what crisis, COVID, war, financial crisis, banking crisis, lei remains stable. I think the country is very prudent. It's one of the lowest public debt to GDP ratio. It's less than 40%, right? So I think, and the country is making really right choices. So for example, 10 years ago, when there was a banking crisis in the country didn't make a mistake of nationalizing the banks for a long period of time. What it did exactly like Poland did at some point. Mm-hmm. It just took it for a while, took the banks for a while, sanitized them, and then sold them to European investors, like Doveria, which is the shareholder of the bank where I work. So I think it was a very, very smart move. So in general, when people ask me, well, which country do you compare Moldova to? Mm-hmm. And my Polish friends who live in Moldova, they second to that. They say, yeah, we agree. Moldova looks like Poland, but miniature, smaller version of Poland at the time when Poland was, going to the European Union. It makes the right choices. It went through shock therapy of some sort, raising tariffs for energy, for electricity, for gas, all of these things. And now it's in mode of therapy, deregulation, making business environment even more attractive for businesses. I think that's very, very, very important. And I think there is a strong will and there will be a way.
Mm. So let's finish the first round with Mr. Izvorsky and with a broader regional macroeconomic view. You are chief economist of the World Bank for Europe and Central Asia. So a strategic geopolitical crossroad. And from this point of view, what would you like to add to this first round to complete it?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate the invitation and thank you for the question. I think the important thing about the region is that clearly when there's a will, there's a way, but a lot depends on what politicians do at home, but so much depends on what happens in the European Union. Why is that? 70% of exports of these countries go towards the European Union. Most of the foreign direct investment comes from investors in the European Union. And unfortunately, the European Union is barely growing. You know? It's almost in a recession. Most of the value chains in which companies in Serbia, Macedonia, some others are participating are the auto value chains that end in Germany. Germany is in a recession. And so our countries are going to suffer tremendously. And so the big story, I think, has to be two ways. One, what is Europe doing to revitalize its economy? And we talked earlier about energy, secure, affordable energy. But I think we're coming at a point where much higher energy prices for a very long time in Europe, much lower business dynamism in the European Union, much lower innovation capacity. I think at some point there may be a choice between the lifestyle and economic development and ambitions on the climate side. So I think it's absolutely crucial what the EU will do for the future of these countries, because these countries are converging in terms of relative income per capita towards EU levels. EU is diverging dramatically from the United States. In 1990, both the EU and the US accounted for 25% of the global economy. The US has kept its share. The EU now has only 16% of the global economy, less than China. So I want to stress how important it is for the EU to find its path towards a much more vibrant, much more dynamic economic model. Now, the second thing is obviously what happens in these countries, because even if your main economic partner is not growing very fast, if your productivity rate is higher, you can still make very substantial inroads. And so for these countries, I like to point three things. I mean, one of them was already mentioned, human capital.
Yeah.
On human capital, I think we have a major challenge in some of these countries. I'm from Bulgaria, in Bulgaria too, absolutely the same issues. We mismanage talent. We have less talent than the countries of the European Union, and we waste it tremendously. Part of the waste is that our vocational schools, secondary level vocational schools, are absolutely inefficient. 50–60% of high school students go to vocational schools, and if only we could make them as efficient as those in Austria, Czechia, Switzerland, Germany, it would be fantastic. But we don't. And so therefore, we are missing tremendously on the human capital of our region, on the talent which is implicit there. The second thing that is super important is again on the business dynamism. You know, in many of our countries, we have the following triple problem. One, we still have state-owned enterprises, legacies of the past, that are still coddled, that are not exposed to market competition. As a result, they suppress new business development, they suppress the emergence of young and dynamic firms. And these young and dynamic firms in the EU, everywhere, in the US, they are the ones that create most jobs. Most jobs are not created by stagnant state-owned enterprises or older small enterprises. Most jobs around the advanced economies in Europe, in the US, are created by young dynamic enterprises. And so therefore, how do you make that happen? No? How do you create these conditions for these young and dynamic enterprises to emerge while the incumbents, whether SOEs or some other large legacy companies, are not coddled, are not protected tremendously? The second thing is on this front is this level of domestic competition. In the countries where it should improve, it has not been improving. And many of our countries here in the region are among those countries. And this weak level of domestic competition ultimately results not only in smaller business creation, but in much higher prices, much slower pace of integration with the rest of the world, much lower levels of foreign direct investment in these countries. I'm going to end, let me end on the enterprise level. That we often have in our countries, most of our countries and countries in the EU have something akin to a ministry of SMEs, small and medium enterprises, or an agency for small and medium enterprises. And this perception that we have to support SMEs at all costs is actually also resulting in very weak economic development. Governments should support enterprises not on the value of size. You're small, therefore you deserve support. They should support enterprises on the basis of their value creation. Do they create jobs? Do they create exports? Do they create something else? And so if we shift from this supporting enterprises on the base of size versus on the base of value, I think most of our countries would become much more successful. Let me end with energy, because we talked a lot about energy. And I think this idea of having affordable, abundant energy is absolutely crucial. It is not going to be possible for countries in our region to have this secure and affordable and abundant energy that is necessary for them to become high-income economies if they don't have proper markets and prices, if they have massive subsidies for fossil fuel producers, if they don't have this integration with global markets, where through this integration, they would bring the technology, the expertise, and so therefore could bring a much lower, ultimate energy cost to their consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it seems to be really crucial, and I would like to come back to what was mentioned with your example, Mr. Krepak, with Poland, that they went through a shock therapy, And I was at another panel last week, and it was also about Europe and how to strengthen it, and there was somebody saying the crisis is still not heavy enough or not high enough to really make a change. Do you agree? Because to really move on and to really face changes? No, whoever, It's just...
Look, I think you have a good point there, because I do think Europe responds extremely well when it's a real crisis. And this ongoing high energy cost has made some difference. I mean, certainly after the start of the war against Ukraine, we saw a massive uptick in interest in renewables and have been financing that. And yet not enough interest, for example, in energy efficiency and some of the other measures that would really make a difference. So there's a crisis, but is it really a crisis? And the other thing, it hasn't been mentioned today, but that really troubles me is, with the Green Deal, there was a real push on electrification of transport. But I feel that it's really lost momentum, particularly in the automotive sector. And this is so important for innovation. So now, you have the Chinese producing electric cars so cheaply. Europe has an important automotive industry. I think it really needs to make that transition. And if you, as an outside observer of, business trends, I'm concerned about that as well.
Serena.
When you talk about the crisis, is it strong enough, big enough? There might be a crisis, and the question is it transparent enough? Is everybody getting it? And here I see the problem. The European Union is very much internal oriented, maybe has something to do with the integration of the markets and so on. But meanwhile, the world changed dramatically. This is China and so on, and don't have to explain. And thank you very much for the statement. When I hear 1990 or in the 90s or something like this, I thought, let's say, 30 years ago, it was 25% of the world economy. Now it's 16, and I think we are not currently increasing, but decreasing. I don't know what we're waiting for. So from my point of view, it's the transparency of the situation. You can easily drive towards an iceberg as long as you don't see the iceberg. Maybe you're not aware that the crisis is already there. But when you hit it, then it's too late. I think it's really time to move and not to think that, well, all this stability and wealth and safety is granted by God on the European continent. I think we also should maybe do something for it, and it's really, I don't know whether it's 1 to 12 or 2 after 12, past 12 or whatever, but it's, from my point of view, when you see the dynamic of others moving globally, and when you see the relevance of Europe declining in faster and faster, then I think we should not talk about is there a crisis or no, or whatever. All alarm bells shall ring.
Yeah, please. Go.
You know, the EU has done so much for the countries that have entered, right?
True.
Bulgaria became a member in 2007, had the lowest per capita GDP relative to the EU of all countries that entered, has made dramatic progress. The EU made Bulgaria a high-income economy. Actually, all the 27 countries that are members of the EU are high-income economies, in no small part thanks to the, what we call European convergence machine. And this has obviously the potential to turn all the countries in the neighborhood into high-income economies. But you know, the Draghi report was adopted in, or he presented it in September 2024. What has been done now a year and 2 months later? I mean, it's an interesting question. Whether AI, artificial intelligence, is going to be the future, okay, we could have different views, but very likely will be a huge part of the future. 66%, 2/3 of financing for AI happens in the United States. Only 6% happens in the EU. Of all the, I have the number, 147 unicorns, firms that became a value of more than $1 billion over the last 5 years, of those in the EU, only 15%.
Yeah.
And so this inability to scale up, to find the financing, right? Even when what needs to be done is fairly clear. Draghi report, again, people could disagree, but many of the measures there are hardly new, no? Earlier panel, somebody mentioned very high barriers, even within the single market, for trades, for goods and services within the EU. Yeah. So I think this sense of urgency doesn't seem to have struck, right? Because otherwise, probably something would have been done.
Probably it still needs more awareness, yeah, and more sense of urgency to really act, yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah.
I think
the
decision-making process has become rather slow, and especially in the member countries. Look at Austria. In Austria, we have the situation that, and you know, we are a very well-functioning democracy, but here you see the disadvantages of democracy, and I'm very much for democracy, absolutely. But now here you see the disadvantages, which is the decision-making process. Nobody dares to make a decision, an uncomfortable decision, because they are afraid of losing the next elections, as simple as that.
Yeah.
And you know, the national countries of the European, they send their, hopefully most able politicians to Brussels. So the decision-making process there there's a time lag there. So there is, in terms of the decision-making process, it will remain very slow because of the political system that we have here, unfortunately.
And even if the decision-making is not so slow, the problem is, I think, the application of rules and regulations, because even if we have it on a European base, then it's applied in so different ways, country by country. So I would like now to open the floor for questions. And here we have already the first one, if I see it right, yeah? Yes, wonderful.
Yes, thank you so much. Ms. Petrovic briefly elaborated on this before, but I would like to ask the panel if anyone has like a policy vision actionable for curbing the aging within the European bloc, and maybe elaborating on the kind of cannibalization of skilled labor as well, because the whole bloc is aging, and what we can see is that there is a movement of skilled labor from the eastern side to the west, and at the same time there is also this tendency that we have many people wanting to come into the bloc, but then we have this tension, claimed or imagined social fabric under strain, and we have the far right capitalizing on this. So does anyone have any policy vision actionable for working with all these factors?
Mm-hmm. Is there any one of you willing to start with an answer?
I mean,
we start here and then you add, please, yeah?
Also, not biological advice. I mean, the one thing about aging, aging is positive, yeah? Because if people are living longer, this is generally something positive. We should not always see this as a negative.
It's a privilege.
Yeah, it's a
to
privilege.
Live longer,
Yeah?
it's not.
Let's see that. So aging is not the issue. The question is are enough kids born, and are you somehow filling up your reservoir biotope society, how you want to call it. And normally for this, number one, if people believe in the future, this is positive, because if you're extremely scared, then maybe less kids. If it's positive, then there's a bigger chance what we see from the data for kids. The other hint, we see the more the living standard is rising, obviously there's also a kind of correlation with the number of kids born, which is then decreasing. So hard to say, but from my point of view, number one, we have to have a clear positive outlook towards the future. And number two, I think also here in the transparency, family, kids, raising families, I think this needs again a very positive connotation, and this is maybe also something that can be done from the political side to get a bigger support on this area. I think this is the only approach that we are having. Yeah? What is also here important to transparently understand what's going on. If it goes on like this, one day the country is plus minus empty. You mentioned this, but it will not stay empty. Because in other areas it's quite crowded. So you will see a movement. I remember when I was in school and I learned about these big movements, you know, long time ago, I always asked myself, how is that possible? A little bit we see something like this also today. So it will not stay empty, but it might change. This is what you implied, I think, with your statement.
Well, before becoming a banker, I worked as an economic development professional in the United States of America, and I helped two states, North Carolina and South Carolina, to bring investors, to bring jobs to those states. Those states were not rich. They were not rich in the United States. You could not compare them in the past to California, to New York, you know, to Chicago area. But so you can compare them to poor Eastern European countries, right? And those other rich states, you can compare them to Western European countries. So what those states did, North and South Carolina, they started to fight for businesses. They had very light regulations. They didn't have very strong trade unions, right? They had a low cost of labor, and they offered, as one of my colleagues said, perspective to people to move from those rich states to poor states, right? So what does it mean to be competitive for a region? What does it mean to be competitive? Very simple thing. From economic developer perspective, it's just three things. One, you are able to grow business in your area, in your state, in your country. Two, you're able to retain those businesses when they say, well, I want to go somewhere else. You know, the grass is greener, some other place. And three, you go and you actively hunt for business. You fight for business. You go to a rich country and you say, hey, you know, I offer you better conditions. I have less regulations. I have less trade unions. I have less this and that and that and that. It's simpler for me. So my general recommendation would be deregulation, business climate, freedom. You know, treat businesses as customers. They are your customers. So North Carolina, South Carolina, they treat businesses like customers. They give them great user experience. You know, I like this modern word, but they treat them as customers with great user experience, with incentives. With incentives. Great example, BMW, a European company, has the largest manufacturing facility in Spartanburg, South Carolina, right? A couple of years ago, South Carolina gave BMW $150 million incentive package to build electric vehicles in South Carolina, 150 million euros. Half of this amount went to road improvement, highway I-85 improvement, sewer improvement. Some of this money went, like 25 million, to education. They built another campus to produce engineering students at Clemson University. Yes, that's what I think policymakers need to do, treat businesses as customers.
And probably, if I may, I'm not sure if I understood it right. Your idea was also, in order to strengthen the European voice, to bring also in more younger voices, that it probably would be good that they contribute to the discussion.
Yes, mainly I was thinking about like solving this problem of aging and like lack of skilled labor through bringing in or utilizing the actual push from external migration. That was my original point of inquiry. But yes, can I have a follow-up question?
I would like to let.
I would just like to agree with Mr. Krepak. The regulation is important, but what is also important is education. Education of young people. Students has to be connected with startups.
Exactly. Yeah.
Researchers has to be connected with industry. All of them has to be more productive, more innovative, and innovation will bring to new values. Innovation is needed for scaling up the businesses. For scaling up, you need to have good network, to be connected, to collaborate with all your colleagues, and it will bring you benefits. But education is a key, and useful education, because education to be nominally educated is not enough, because our people are not skilled. They're educated but not skilled. And this world doesn't have time to wait years to become a full professional. They want someone who is professional and who can deliver as soon as possible. So you have to be skilled, you have to be trained, not only educated, academically educated, but be useful for your companies and be very innovative. That's something what you have to rely on.
Start the dialogue as soon as possible. Yeah. So you wanted to add a second question, but sorry if I would like to take another question too, because I have to look a little bit at time also. So there was a second question. If there remains time, I come back to you, yeah?
Thank you.
So, second question from here, yeah, from the second row, please.
Thank you very much for very interesting presentations. I am Arben Harald, rector of the University of Pristina, and I fully agree with my colleague from Serbia. The key is education. We at the university not necessarily are here to educate skillful people for the immediate need of the industries, but isn't the problem by decision makers who do plan in short terms, in 4 years, mainly and to do so you need a much bigger plan to push forward some real progress in education. However, I think, and we are open as universities, as high school for applied sciences or whatever, to strengthen this link between universities and high schools, Fachhochschulen, and so on and so forth, with the needs of the industry. And I think we have to bypass the decision makers and to develop much more this link between educational institutions and the needs of industry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I think this is strongly agreed, yeah? Thank you for this comment. So I would like to take, here a question, here in the back, and then I think we should move to lunch. So I start with you in the second row.
Yes, thank you so much for the very interesting panel. My name is Victoria Wolf-Barreiro. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of Spain here in Vienna. And I would like to ask you about external migration in the EU. In Spain, we have growth, and it is quite a difference with the rest of the EU. And we have growth because of external migration. And external migration is well integrated in Spain. It does not respond only to the Latin American people that are much easier, of course, to integrate, but our biggest minority in Spain are from Moroccans, 1 million, more than 1 million people. So it's about devoting public resources to integration and to education, of course, and having the perspective of the nationality. This is also the legal aspect of integration. My question to any of you is about how do you see migration as an asset for the aging of the population in the EU mainly. And my second question, my comment, very brief, is about this short perspective by decision makers, by politicians above all. I really think that more women in the public space and in the political level will bring more of a mid-term perspective, because we tend to have a mid-term perspective because of children, that is clear. So that was just a comment. Thank you.
More women and probably also more younger people, because they, I assume, would also have another perspective. Do you agree?
Let me say a few words from the perspective of healthcare again. External migration in Austria, we also have a big problem with that. From the healthcare side, it is creating huge costs for the country, and additionally, it's because of the different mentality. It is creating the situation that, for instance, the migrants are used to go to hospitals if there is any small problem, and the hospitals in Austria are open, so they can go there. So they go to the hospitals instead of general practitioners, thereby blocking the healthcare roads for those cases who really need it. And this is one part of a huge problem. And another part is to a large extent, the migrants do not have the required amount of education when it comes to being employed, and they need so much education, which is another strain on the local resources, which makes it very, very difficult for the integration process. So obviously it is much better to have a situation where you screen it before they come, which of course sometimes is difficult when you have a war situation. But it is a huge strain, and I guess in Spain you have a similar situation when it comes to this.
So I move forward to the question behind the lady who spoke before. Yeah, exactly here, and then there was the question here in the back, yeah?
Thank you so much, Maahler-HUTTER. I'm a student at the DA. Thank you for the session. I wanted to touch upon some issues that were mentioned earlier. So as a young Bulgarian student, I absolutely agree that Bulgaria does not manage the talents effectively in the country. But it is a fact that many young professionals also leave the southeast, not just for higher salaries, but because they believe that the countries lack transparency, fairness. And I wanted to ask about the rule of law. And I wanted to ask how you see the rule of law as part of a broader strategy for keeping the talents in the countries in the southeast.
So leaving the country is not only an issue of salary, but of values with transparency. You agree?
Maybe I'm not the right representative for this, especially these days.
Next to you.
Yeah, again, I'd like to refer to my experience as an economic developer, right? So I had a privilege to work with the mayor of one of large cities in North Carolina. And I once asked him, I said, why don't you restrict this and that? Why don't you put a restriction on this? He said, well, look, we Americans, we're very creative people. So if you put a restriction, we'll spend our time and energy to go around it. We'll find a way around it, but we'll waste energy, time, resources human capital, whatever capital, on going around this thing. So it's better not to have this restriction, not to have this obstacle. Let people be free and creative, whatever they want to do. So again, I would say deregulation. The less restrictions you have, the less shadow, going around things you have, right? If everything is permitted and allowed, there is no corruption. There is nothing to be corrupt about, because there is no obstacle, so you don't have to go around it. So transparency means deregulation, in my humble opinion.
Please ask it.
I just want to address your question, but in the following way. I mean, we know that richer countries have more of the good things in life and less of the bad things in life. So the rule of law is absolutely essential for economic development, but it tends to come together with economic development itself. And there's a mutual reinforcement, right? You don't have a country where you say, well, these guys are very poor, but the quality of the law is fantastic. It doesn't happen, right? So therefore, in our country, Bulgaria, we share the same country, or the countries of Southeast Europe, economic development and the rule of law are going to go hand in hand. And I wish it were different, but it's not. And same, I think it goes for the quality of education. Because, it requires a lot of funds, requires a lot of efforts. And so therefore, I think, as we go forward, our countries have become much richer over time. The rule of law has improved. Sadly, for many of the countries that have joined the European Union, rule of law improved dramatically before, and then subsequently the improvements have slowed down. And I think this is a major challenge for the new applicants. How do you sustain that progress? And I think it's a major challenge for the European Commission and for the European Union, how to ensure that once you join, you don't give up on your efforts. I also want to agree with my colleague here that, in Ireland, in the early 19th century, the population was close to 8 million. There was the famine, the potato famine. Population came to 4 million by 1860. Has come back to about 6 million subsequently. I tend to find no big problem that people from our countries go to Western Europe, gain valuable skills. Many of them would remain. But I think, why do you want to spend money on education, educating people at home if they leave? Well, you could ask the other question. If you don't spend money to educate them, they may stay. And then you're going to have a huge, much bigger problem. So I think in our country, and it's very interesting, Bulgaria, Romania, and Poland, the last 3 years, you have a higher rate of return migration of nationals than you have people who have left. Whether this would be sustained, I don't know. It obviously has to do also with the conditions in the European Union. But one has to hope that as you improve conditions, domestic conditions, as the rule of law takes stronger hold, economic development picks up, things are going to improve. Allow me.
I have to look at the time very briefly, please, because there's one question still that I promised to answer.
You know this question on aging earlier, and we worry about aging from two perspectives.
Yeah.
One, because there are older people that would require support, and given the way the pensions and other support systems are focused on, young people support elderly people. No, we don't worry about this in abstract. If people were dying and you still had a low birth rates, we wouldn't be worried that much about this. But in our countries, we have about 20% of the young people, 16 to 24-year-olds, are neither working nor studying nor doing anything else. We have a huge reserve, right? We still have double-digit unemployment rates in many of these countries. Similarly in some countries in the European Union. So we have a massive reserve. That reserve is not to be complacent, but that reserve gives you some time to come up with better measures, or until AI, makes most of us unemployed. Thank you.
Hopefully not. So, final question, and the other ones I please would like you to ask during the lunch, yeah?
Good afternoon. My name is Chetan. I am a final year student at the Diplomatic Academy. My question to the panel is, how are we going to improve integration within the European Union if proper integration is not there within the markets that we are talking about? Because a common characteristic that you notice when you discuss these economies is the giant nature of the informal sector in these economies. 30 to 35% in Albania. The OECD average for the Balkans is 29%. So can we improve most of the problems that you talk about here, integration between the education institutions and the industry, lack of transparency, the informal sector, can all these problems be improved if we formalize the labor force in these economies? Thank you.
Yeah.
I think this is all about completing the single market and really having the same regulations across Europe, making it easier for companies to trade across borders, to invest across borders. It's not, I mean, this was the whole LETA report conclusion, and I think that there's a lot of work that can be done in that area that would facilitate the integration of countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Western Balkans into EU.
Thank you. So yeah? Yeah, please, Mr. Ambassador. Sorry, we need a microphone for you. Thank you.
I'm feeling provoked, and I'm happy actually about the discussion about education. Thank you, Dragana. And let me inform you, before the end of this session, that in June the last year, Vienna Economic Forum established a league of the universities of our region. The rector of Pristina University is one of them, two universities from Sofia, the university from Chisinau, university from Bled School from Slovenia, and our league of universities open for other universities. We are trying to think in advance and to think about this really big problem for Europe. Thank you very much. It was my information.
So this is worth an applause as well for the audience and for the speakers. Wonderful. So now I would like to invite you to lunch on behalf of our cooperation partner, sitting also here, represented by Ms. Dragana RADONJIČ-PETROVIĆ of the Serbian Association of Economists. She is inviting you to lunch, and she is a really long-standing Vienna Economic Forum member and partner. And I think lunch is a wonderful opportunity to ask all the questions that weren't answered yet on the floor and to connect. Enjoy the lunch. See you together here in the third session. Thank you. I would like to thank again the enabler of our delicious lunch, the Serbian Association of Economists that I mentioned already, but I forgot to mention the second one, and also another long-standing member of Vienna Economic Forum, Penkov, Markov, and Partners. Thank you. So we move now into our alpha session, and to start with, I would like to present the participants, and I start with you, His Excellency Mr. Nick Yellowshy, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development in Montenegro. What a pleasure to have you here. And I continue with His Excellency Mr. Alexander Nikolovsky, the Deputy President of the Government and Minister of Transport in North Macedonia. And let's go further in the round with Ms. Natalia Selevestru, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization in Moldova. Continuing with Dr. Sebastian Souza, EMF Regional Representative for the Western Balkans. Next to him, Magister Frank Schuster, Director, Head of the EIB Group Office in Austria. And Ambassador Dr. Elena KIRTCHEVA, also participating in the dialogue, Secretary General Vienna Economic Forum, and His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Emil, BRIX, President of the Vienna Economic Forum. I'm looking forward to a very fruitful discussion. It's about strengthening the European voice from the Adriatic to the Black Sea and beyond. So we are really widening our view. And the first two questions that I address, I would like to invite the ones to whom I address to give us the answer in form of a little speech that you have prepared, and I assume that you will stand up for this. I start with you, Deputy Prime Minister Yellowshy, with the question, how can the Adriatic Black Sea region with Montenegro's impact, strengthen the unified presence in European affairs. I leave you the stage so that everyone can see a little bit better. I move here, come back later.
Good afternoon for all. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to participate today on behalf of the government of Montenegro in the 22nd Vienna Economic Forum under theme Western Economy Meets Politics, Strengthening Europe's Voice. I believe this theme perfectly captures the essence of Europe's current moment. It's time of global challenge. Europe must speak with one strong, united voice. That voice should represent unity, stability, and progress. A Europe that builds bridges, not walls, fostering cooperation among states, markets, and peoples. Only when economy and politics work hand in hand can Europe be recognized as a global actor, shaping the future rather than merely responding to it. Montenegro, as a candidate country for European Union membership, deeply understand the importance of the connection between economy and politics. We are determined to be fully prepared for membership by 2028. Our path toward European integration demonstrates that the enlargement policy remains of the EU's most important and successful strategies, not only as a tool for transforming candidate country, but also as proof of the Union vitality, appeal, and strength. I firmly believe that Montenegro's success in this process can serve as a positive signal for the entire Western Balkans region and a reminder of how inspiring and powerful the idea of a united Europe continues to be. I would especially like to emphasize how much Montenegro values strengthening bilateral relations with its neighbors and advancing regional cooperation. I believe that regional cooperation promotes dialogue, builds trust, and helps the region overcome difference through interdependence and shared goals. It teaches us that common interests transcend differences, that common challenges require common solutions, and that European values are not important but built through mutual solidarity. That is the very essence of the Europe idea that through cooperation and shared interests we create a space of peace, trust, and prosperity. In this context, I would like to highlight the Berlin process, which holds undeniable importance for our region. It not only contributes to the economic rapprochement of the Western Balkans with the European Union, but also strongly support the broader process of European integration. Montenegro stands fully committed to its full implementation, as we believe that economic connectivity is the foundation of political stability and sustainable development. We place special emphasis on implementing the Common Regional Market Action Plan, which is a key pillar of the EU's growth plan for the Western Balkans and a main driver of regional integration. Through this process, we are building a shared economic space that facilitates trade, encourages investment, and connects our economics with the European market. is doing so, Montenegro not only demonstrated its readiness to adopt European standards, but also its determination to actively contribute to the European project as a partner that does not wait but acts. We are proud that in November 2024, Montenegro officially became a member of the Single Euro Payment Area, SEPA. This step has not only simplified financial flows and strengthened for our connection to the EU market, but also clearly demonstrates Montenegro's concrete and consistent progress toward full integration into the European economic space. It sent a clear signal that we are ready to assume membership obligation and actively contribute to the single market, a testament that our political priorities and economic reforms go hand in hand, which lies at the heart of today's theme. Montenegro remains a committed and reliable partner of the European Union, ready to contribute to its stability and unity. Our European perspective is not only a strategic goal, but also an expression of a deep conviction that our future lies in a united Europe, a Europe that speaks with one voice. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So Montenegro is fully committed to a united Europe and committed to speak with a strong voice. We are moving from Montenegro to North Macedonia, and we heard already that cross-border mobility and infrastructure is really key to competitiveness, and so we are eagerly looking forward to what you can contribute to this topic. Mr. Nikolovsky, His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. As I shared yesterday my view, my opinion regarding the region and possible enlargement, I will speak now more about economic development and what we are doing in our country and how it affects the entire region. This government was elected in June last year, so we are less than 1.5 years in power already. And very ambitious investment agenda was adopted by the government. We would like to use the opportunity, the unique geographical location that the country has. Even though we are landlocked and we have no access to sea, we are lucky that two pan-European corridors are intersecting just east of our capital, Skopje. That is Corridor 10, the longest pan-European corridor that starts in Athens, on the Piraeus ports, and literally ends in Finland, so the entire northwest corridor of Europe. And second is Corridor 8, that is connecting Ionian and Adriatic Sea with Black Sea, so it is the east-west corridor of the southeastern Europe. This is huge opportunity for us that we would like to use. And we started very ambitious agenda on developing these two corridors. With Corridor 10 on the side of highway, the situation is more or less good. There is good infrastructure and good highway from the border with Serbia to the border with Greece. On Corridor 8, the situation was not that good, but we started to develop it. So we are either constructing or have finished or will construct highways from border with Albania to border with Bulgaria. We are as well reconstructing and upgrading the border cross points and checkpoints, as we would like to have shortened time of wait on the checkpoints. Total investment in highways and express roads on Corridor 8 will be around 1.5 billion euro, which is, for our size of economy, really something that is big and something that is significant. We are as well developing so-called Corridor 10D. That is a corridor that is shortening the distance between Athens and Skopje. If the current travel time between Athens and Skopje is 8 to 8.5 hours, with this it will cut down for 3 hours, so it will be 5 to 5.5 hours. We are constructing on our side the biggest single highway or motorway that is constructed in the country, around 55 kilometers, and on the other side, the Greeks are constructing on their side. That is the part in the puzzle that is missing. The rest is highway, so I hope when you will travel here from Vienna by car to Athens in none longer than 28, you will cut at least 3 hours with what we are constructing now. Railway is something that for us is a huge challenge and huge chance at the same time. We have a vision that I've been speaking very loudly when we were in opposition. I remember 2022 when Friends of Europe selected me for 40 under 40. I'm now above 40, unfortunately. I've been speaking about this, and it was a completely new story for most of the European capitals, including Vienna. With developing of Railway Corridor 10, fast railway, we can cut the supply chain for Europe for 21 to 22 days. Because if a vessel now passes through the Suez Channel, what normally does goes through the Mediterranean, Gibraltar, the Channel, and docks Hamburg, Antwerp, Rotterdam, or the northern ports. The only reason why the northern ports are used that massively is because then there is a good infrastructure to Central Europe. But if we manage to create a good infrastructure on Corridor 10 railway, because that is the cheapest and the fastest way to transport goods, then this time can cut for 21, 22 days. Bigger vessels to dock in Vienna, to dock in Athens and come here in Vienna, and smaller vessels to dock in Thessaloniki and again arrive here. We went into ambitious program into constructing fast railway. Passengers, it will be 200 kilometers per hour, but what is very important is the cargo. Cargo will be 120 kilometers per hour with the longest possible trains that are operating in Europe in this moment. It is 750-meter long trains. Already there is fast railway between Athens and Thessaloniki. Already there is fast railway between Belgrade and Budapest. Will be in function from the spring. Budapest, Vienna is more or less good infrastructure. What we are missing is Belgrade, Niš, Skopje, Thessaloniki. We already made an agreement with our Greek friends. I met the Greek Deputy Prime Minister 1 month ago. They will construct the missing part on their side from Thessaloniki to the border with us. And we are starting in the spring to summer next year the construction of our project. It will be the biggest single project in Southeastern Europe, even though we are among the smallest countries in Southeastern Europe. The investment will be around 2 billion euro. As we are not member of the European Union, we had two alternatives. One is to sign with the Chinese. It's not a secret that they came the first day when we created the government, and they offered 0% loan, so no interest rate if we construct with them. But we thought that it is vital for the security of Europe, because now the corridors, especially the rail corridors, are using very innovative signaling, which can be used for other means as well, aside of traveling. And that's why we decided to sign a strategic partnership agreement with United Kingdom. We have £5 billion, around 6 billion euro on disposal, of which 2 we will use for this project that is affordable financing, very, very affordable. Unfortunately, I cannot say the terms now because still they're confidential, but when we will display, I think everyone will agree that it is very, very affordable. We expect to start, as I said, next year and to finish in 2031. As it will be double track, the first track that will be cargo will be finished in 28. So 28 already, what I'm talking about, will be possible. We expect only from Corridor 10 in the first year after the railway will be finished to have income for the use of the rail of around 120 million euro only for transit. The current is 12, just to give you comparison. So it will go 10 times more only the first year, and then it will continue to increase. So you can imagine what boom of economy it will mean for Austria, for Hungary, as this will be the dry ports from where the goods will expand to the rest of Europe. Second is Corridor 8. It is more security important corridor. It is as well politically important corridor that we are developing. As I said, on the side of the highways and motorway, we are already investing a lot. We are as well developing the rail corridor. Last week, we had a ceremony together with the Bulgarian Deputy Prime Minister. We signed an agreement for joint connection between Macedonia and Bulgaria. We will join by tunnel, the famous tunnel that was part of political campaigns and disputes among both countries. Now that question is resolved. And I expect there as well good progress. Already we have 3 sections to connect our capital with the border, to the border with Bulgaria. The first section is already in function since January this year. The second is under construction. It will be finished October next year. And the third one, we are cooperating with EIB and EBRD. I hope the new rule will not take a long time as I gave political commitments that I will issue the tender in December. So it depends how long this research of the market will last. I hope it will not last 3 months. We will be able to issue the tender in December, and I hope in the spring I can invite all of you for the groundbreaking ceremony of the third part of the railway that should connect us with Bulgaria. On the other side, they are making big investments as well. I have to applaud them. On our side, we will invest or are already investing around 800 million euro, and on the side of Bulgaria, they will invest 1.2 billion euro, so total around 2 billion euro we will spend to connect Skopje with Sofia. Something that is dream of many generations, something that we've been teaching about in primary school, in secondary school. We had luck, myself and the Bulgarian DPM, to sign it and to start this project as well. I hope our Albanian friends will follow as well, because the only way that all this makes sense is to connect. So our next challenge is to develop the western flank of the railway, and the same to be done by Albania. So I hope, as I said, by 31st that we will have a regular line that will go Skopje, Sofia, Burgas, and then depends on the speed of our Albanian friends to connect the Ionian Sea as well. There are many other projects, but this was what I thought is good to share, and what is something that I think can be an example for the region, how we can work together and how we can cooperate together. And I'm looking forward for the questions later. Thank you again for the opportunity and for the time. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing the ambitious program and the achievements of North Macedonia. And now let's dive a little bit deeper into the discussion. And we continue exploring the region's path toward the European integration. And we now journey northeast to Moldova, exploring how digital transformation can strengthen the regional ties. You would like to speak from there? Okay. So, Ms. Silvestro, a strong European voice requires a strong talent base. We heard it so often today. How can the region retain talent and accelerate innovation? I hope that you already have prepared something for this question. So, looking forward to... Sorry? Ah, you prepared a video, yeah. So, can we ask the technique to provide us the video that hopefully is there? You would like to start with the video? Yes. Okay. So, I hope that it is there. So, not sure if... So, it seemed that they are still searching it. So would it be possible for you to start with your answer and then let us double check, and probably we can edit at the end, yeah? So I make space for you.
Thank you a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce Moldova, a country where digital innovation meets fertile land and reform-driven opportunity. At the crossroads between EU and Ukraine, Moldova combines strategic location, exceptional agricultural potential, and vibrant tech-savvy workforce. We are small, but fast-moving, European by ambition, and very open to businesses. After navigating regional and global shocks, growth is returning, powered by 1.9 billion euro in EU growth plan and a new cycle of investment and reform. In September this year, Fitch Ratings reaffirmed Moldova's B+ rating with a stable outlook, a clear vote of confidence in our resilience and direction. Moldova now ranks 13th in Sustainable Development Report, 68th in the Global Innovation Index, and 7th globally in Gender Gap Index, proof that we are building a modern, fair, and innovative society. Under the EU growth plan, we are implementing over 150 reforms by 2027, simplifying business procedures, reforming state enterprises, and aligning with EU law. In 2025, we adopted a freelancers law with a single tax of 15%, including income, social fund, and health insurance, which is among the most competitive in the region, and we continue to reduce bureaucracy. Digital Moldova is one of our greatest success stories. Over 80% of entrepreneurs now interact digitally with the state through the application EVO. We call it government in your pocket. Our ICT sector generates 7% of GDP, powered by 90% of gigabyte coverage and Europe's first fully virtually IT park, hosting over 2,500 companies from 43 countries under a 7 flat income tax guaranteed until 2035. And we are going further. Moldova welcomes investors to engage in its new generation of industrial and innovation hubs designed to drive regional transformation and technological leadership. We have a couple of new industrial parks, and please allow me to talk about two of them. One is Agrotech Park, a 300-hectare innovation hub managed by the Technical University of Moldova that focuses on advanced agri-technologies from smart farming and robotics to nanotechnology and regenerative agriculture. Complementing this with the second initiative, High Tech Park, that serves as Moldova's flagship deep tech platform, fostering innovation in AI, data science, cybersecurity, bioengineering, and synthetic biology. Both parks offer ready-made platforms for technology transfer, R&D partnerships, and startup acceleration, positioning Moldova as a strategic bridge between Europe and Asia for high-value innovation and sustainable growth. And this September, together with the European Commission, we launched the first EU-Moldova Investor Call, a high-level platform to connect Europe and global investors with Moldova's priority projects in 6 key sectors. First of all, energy and green transition. Second, agriculture and food, agri-food, including rural tourism. Next one, industry and advanced manufacturing, IT, digital innovation and applied research, infrastructure and connectivity, and the last one, health, including digital health. This initiative aims to mobilize private capital, accelerate EU growth plan investments, and showcase Moldova's readiness for European single market. Connectivity and infrastructure are also advancing rapidly. We're modernizing transport corridors, developing the Unyen-Chisinau-Odessa highway, expanding airports, and creating logistics hubs with Romania, strengthening European supply chain. We are also integrating into Europe's financial and digital markets. Moldova joined SEPA in March of this year, will enter in January 2026 Rome like at home, and is preparing capital market integration in the Bucharest Stock Exchange. And let's not forget the foundation of our economy, agriculture. Moldova's fertile soil and favorable climate make us a natural powerhouse for high-value agri-food production. Today, 67% of our exports go to EU, and it's more than double compared to a decade ago. Our wines, fruits are now on shelves in over 70 countries, proof that Moldova's taste makes a difference. To boost competitiveness, we launched a new state aid scheme covering up to 60% of investment costs, and we surely definitely invite foreign investors to apply for this state aid scheme in some strategic sectors, from electronics and pharmaceuticals to agri-food and textile, supported by modern industrial and blended finance. And yet, our greatest asset remain our people, skilled, creative, and optimistic. Young Moldovans already choose to study and build their future at home. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova is reinventing itself from a traditional economy into a hub of digital innovation, clean energy, and sustainable agriculture. So this is our moment, and the message is clear. We are open, Moldova as a country, for investment, for innovation, and for Europe's future. Thank you a lot.
Thank you. So you presented really a bundle of arguments why to invest in your country. And I'm not sure if I saw that behind the scenes they were working on the video, but I'm not sure if it is ready right now. Video? No, it's not. So we continue with the discussion. You are the best to explain it to us, even without video. And I will come back later to this aspect of investment, because I think it's an important topic that we have to address. But before, I would like to bring in Dr. Sousa into the discussion and ask him how can economic coordination in the Western Balkans strengthen the region's Europe voice. I think it's on.
It's on.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah, perfectly.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to the Vienna Economic Forum and to Ambassador Dr. KIRTCHEVA for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I will focus my intervention today on how Western Balkan countries can benefit from the EU accession process. How, I mean, there's a lot to gain from that process, but there's also lots of things that need to be done to maximize those potential gains.
Yeah.
So let me step back a bit and start by pointing out that the region has shown very strong resilience and relatively solid growth since the pandemic. In fact, the Western Balkan countries have been growing much faster than the rest of Europe in between 2022 and 2025. And the level of GDP today is well above pre-pandemic levels in the region. Having said that, income convergence towards EU income levels remains low, and per capita income gaps are still very large. For example, when you compare to the average per capita income level of Western Balkan countries with the EU members that joined in 2004, this gap is still roughly 50%. And when you compare to older EU members, is basically 1/3 of per capita income there. So what is behind these sizable gaps? So I think some of these structural underlying vulnerabilities of the economies of the region have been mentioned before now in this panel, but also earlier today. So I would mention three of them. One are the large infrastructure gaps. Second is the stagnant and very low, relatively low productivity levels, and also related to this, the low investments in human capital and innovation. And finally, the significant headwinds from demographic factors. And here I would point out to first an aging population, but more importantly, large immigration flows, especially among the young and skilled segments of the population, with, of course, reduce the labor force and also exacerbate some of the existing skills shortages and mismatches that we see in the region. Of course, reforms, labor market reforms and reforms to boost human capital can help, right? And we heard also earlier today some areas where this can happen. I mean, in the labor market, there is a lot of room to increase labor force participation, particularly among women and also among the youth. Also, education reform, right? I mean, improving the quality of education at all levels, but also, refocusing higher education towards the needs of modern labor markets and technological change would also be very important. But I mean, in order to close the income gaps, more is going to be needed, right? In particular, reforms to boost aggregate productivity and also boost the stock of capital. And I think here is where the EU accession provides a historic opportunity. I mean, and I see it from two complementary point of view. The EU accession for this region is, of course, an opportunity to join the single market, and this can have important benefits by creating economies of scales, by increasing or attracting more foreign capital, both public and private, and also by improving access to technologies and knowledge. But I would say even as important as that is what we see. I mean, the role of the EU accession process as an anchor for reforms that actually help reducing some of the policy gaps that I mentioned earlier. So evidence from previous accession processes actually point to significant gains from accession. For example, we have a recent study conducted at the IMF that shows that income per capita in EU members that joined in 2004 increased by 30% after 15 years. So similar gains in the current candidates would actually mean reducing the income gaps by about 1/2 over that period. So the magnitude of the gains can be really significant. But again, as I said at the beginning, these gains cannot be taken for granted. In order to maximize them, countries need to implement ambitious structural reform agendas. I guess the main goal is to make sure that these reforms are implemented in a way that make these countries able to successfully compete in the single markets when they join the EU. Without, these reforms, we could simply see, increased immigration waves, right, in the absence of those reforms. Very briefly, where do we see the main reform priority areas for the region? And I think here I would mention as the first and most crucial area, reforms in the area of governance. This is also something that was mentioned earlier. So here I would talk about strengthening rule of law, contract enforceability, also tackling corruption, strengthening the efficiency and independence of the judiciary. All these governance-related reform are one of the main obstacles for doing business in the region. So tackling those, implementing reforms in this area would certainly improve the investment climate. But I would also mention that they would also slow down immigration, especially among the young, talented segments of the population. There was a question in the panel earlier this morning asking precisely about this, let's say, link. And if you look at existing surveys of people intending to migrate, yes, of course, there are economic factors. Wage differentials play an important role, what we call, pull factors. But there's also push factors, which typically in the region relate to weaknesses in the area of governance and institutions. And the other two areas that I wanted to mention were infrastructure, both in terms of transport, but also education, health. Again, boosting and reducing infrastructure gaps would improve competitiveness, would also support higher private investment, and would also facilitate improved integration with regional value chains. And the third one that the third area that I would like to mention in the region is the still relatively large size of informality, right? I mean, this is the informal sector. I mean, there has been improvement in this area, in the region, in the last few years, but still we have relatively large informal sectors, which is also an obstacle for doing businesses in the region, right? I mean, it creates unfair competition, and also it constitutes a drag on fiscal resources. So that's the other area that I wanted to mention. But as I said at the beginning, these policy gaps are relatively significant in the region, but this also represents an opportunity. We also have a recent study conducted at the IMF showing that if the Western Balkan countries were to reduce these policy gaps vis-à-vis the best performers in the EU by 50%, this would mean that GDP levels can be increased by 10%. And half of this comes from improvements in the area of governance, rule of law, and stronger institutions. So in summary, we do think that the EU accession provides, is a great catalyst for reforms, and it provides great incentives, motivation, and momentum for tackling some of the vested interests that sometimes block difficult but really necessary reforms in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So apart the reforms necessary, we heard that we don't have a lack of talent and of innovation in Europe, yeah? But the problem is also that we have not enough investment, yeah, brought into Europe. And I would like to address this question to Magister Schuster. I have a bundle of questions for you, yeah? Because innovation still comes a lot from Europe, from my point of view. But the question is, how can we hold it in Europe? We need venture capital. We heard it also. Investors are even willing to invest in Europe. But dealing with so many regulatory items and their bureaucracies makes it quite difficult for investors, and so they choose other possibilities to invest in other countries. So can we say that Europe is too expensive and too complex for investors?
It's a complex question. So let me start by saying there is still a lot of innovation and innovation potential in Europe. That is true. If you're only looking at the area of clean tech, so production services, of sustainable, clean processes and products, until 2023, most of the patents registered in the area of clean tech were coming from Europe. After that from Japan, after that from the US, and only then China. So that has turned now a little bit, but you see that there's a lot of innovation potential. I think in Europe we are also quite good when it comes to financing startups, giving them opportunities, but we have an issue when we are coming to the so-called scale-ups. Exactly. So the startups that have shown they have something that can be successful, and then they want to, go to the broader market. There we have an issue, because for that you need money while the risk is still very high. Yeah. And for that, we don't have that much of instruments in Europe. I will give you some solutions for that in a minute. But let's maybe address it also from the other side. Is there interest, or would there be enough capital available in Europe? And I think the positive answer to that is also yes. Yeah. It could be done. So where can capital come from? It can come from inside Europe, or it comes from outside Europe. Okay, that's not so difficult. Let's start with inside. Inside, almost 1/4 of the world's available capital is in Europe, but it's not invested in Europe. From outside, you have many investors who are, I have to say, are still very much interested to invest in Europe, because investments in Europe are usually seen as safe assets. So it is something where well, you might not get the rocket interest rates, but it is solid. I'll give you an example. As European Investment Bank, we have issued already more than 100 green bonds. And the latest green bond this year was 14 times oversubscribed, and there were more than 300 interested buyers. So that is a signal, or we have done something dramatically wrong on our pricing, but let's assume that was not the case. So there's huge interest to invest in Europe and to put capital into Europe for certain projects. So what is then this capital keeping away from floating into Europe? And indeed it is, to me, a lot of the fragmentation you were mentioning. You're still confronted in Europe with 27 different legal frameworks, 27 different insolvency laws. If you want to invest huge amounts, so let's talk about pension funds from Asia, for example, you need a certain size, and you want to have it in one place where you see the benefit and where you have put your money into a safe place. So this is the big headline of Capital Markets Union.
Yes.
Yeah, where my answer to many of the questions I've heard today is, yes, we need more of Europe. We need to continue with the single market, the common market, to have the rules for all of us. It starts with small and mid-sized enterprises, by the way. We have just done a survey, this has been published 2 weeks ago, among 13,000 European companies. And we were asking them, okay, what hinders you from investing? What are the main stumbling blocks, or do you even plan to invest? Good news is, by the way, yes, 3/4 of European companies still plan to invest a lot. They're usually taking it from the money they have available. But the stumbling blocks are A, regulation, B, energy prices, and 3, skilled labor. You were just mentioning it. So, and I think that's something we have to take serious. As European Union, we have to take serious the issue of the regulation.
Yeah.
And I think colleagues in Brussels are also on the way of correcting certain developments of past years, where we were maybe going too far. Skilled labor is something that needs to be done in the member states, very clear. I think that is something you can hardly do at European level. And the energy prices we discussed this morning. Maybe a word on the energy prices, if I may. It's more a personal remark or observation. You know, in 2003, 2004, Thessaloniki, Ambassador BRIX was mentioning it this morning, there was a spirit of enthusiasm, optimism. I remember Jeremy Rifkin, an American economist, he was writing a book about the new European dream. So economic growth, personal wealth, independence. You had the feeling this will become the century of Europe. And now, 20 years later, it looks much different.
We have the fatigue.
What have we done? Yes, there's a certain fatigue, and we are paying now a high price for the dependencies we have created ourselves over the last 20 years. And what are these dependencies? It is cheap but dirty energy from the east, very cheap production from the far east, and our security and defense dependence to the west. So these are the three elements. And now we see that among competitors, but even among friends, you can end up in situations where you're paying high prices for that. So we need to reduce these dependencies and work on these elements. And I think, yeah, you know, if you're coming back to the spirit of Thessaloniki, 2003, 2004, then we would make a huge step forward. And the integration of the Western Balkans or becoming member of the Union, that could be such a strong signal.
Yeah.
They're saying, no, it is not. Someone was talking yesterday about a waiting room.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a doctor's appointment. Huh? So we want the Western Balkans to be in the Union and to strengthen the family. And they're building the right foundations is one topic.
Yeah.
Back to your question, yes, I think there is enough capital available. There is enough interest in Europe, but it's our job to to set the right framework for that, so that we are attracting that capital.
I come back to the original spirit. Another question closely related to investment. What types of investments, public, private, and blended, have the greatest potential to transform the region's economic landscape over the next decade?
It goes very deeply into the history and the mindset of the individual countries. In Europe, you still have more than 50% of investments coming from the public sector.
Yeah.
In the US, it is a bit less than 30%. So there is a completely different mentality. And we are also here in Austria discussing about state quota and to what extent should the state be involved in economic developments. That's maybe more for my colleague from IMF to say what is more successful at the end. On the instrument side, I think that, or let me take an example from Austria. The coalition here has in the coalition treaty and has in its program to develop a fund of funds for Austria. So exactly targeting what you were saying, highly innovative companies, and there are some of them in Austria that would now need capital to grow.
Scale, yeah.
That is an initiative that is highly welcome. It is somewhere repeated in other countries. As European Investment Bank, we have also developed a European-wide platform. It's called European Tech Champions Initiative, where we are trying to attract money and investing that in funds that are themselves investing into individual companies. So on a fund, that means on a portfolio basis, you can show that this works. And on a portfolio basis is also, you can survive if one or two or a number of your investments don't work out, as long as the portfolio is built in a way that things are working. And there we are also showing some very good successes, I have to say. So the instruments can be developed. Again, also on these instruments, the issue is always to scale even these instruments up to a level that you really have an impact in the economies. Yeah. So with the public money, my personal view is show to the private sector what can work. So where the private sector is still a bit reluctant, waiting, use your public money, the taxpayers' money, to show what is possible to kickstart the private initiatives. That's the ideal model, if it can work.
Thank you. Would you like to complete the question, because you were already addressed from your colleague?
I think the short answer is that, I mean, you need both private and public investment. What you need, I mean, the focus on public investment should be on ensuring efficient public investment projects to make sure that the quality of public infrastructure is good quality one, and that can catalyze increased private investment, both domestic and foreign. I mean, ultimately, if you want to increase, sustainably, in a sustainable way, the growth potential of the economy, you want to ensure that you can have, a strong private sector-led investment and growth. Yeah.
So at the end of the first round here, I would like now to invite Dr. BRIX and Dr. KIRTCHEVA. After all you have heard today, and especially now, how would you like to enrich, or probably, Dr. BRIX, could I come back to what you stated yesterday, that it's more a reunification than an enlargement? Probably this works well with the idea of coming back to the original spirit, what Mr. Schuster has mentioned.
Yes, what I mean by reunification is a change of tack of how we look at things. If we talk about enlargement, it is obvious that we talk about something like a club, which is closed or open, and everybody who wants to get into it has to accept all the rules. And if we talk about reunification, we talk about something like being on the same level. Whether you are member or not member, you should have the same possibility to decide on what's happening in this Europe. And that's why I was listening to the colleagues from the region. They were also optimistic about the European Union and joining the European Union. And the West and even Austria, we are also pessimistic
That's true.
about the situation of the European Union. And I wonder whether we should tell you, don't join us, because then you will get pessimistic after some time. And maybe this is part of our problem, that we don't have this spirit
very interesting,
of how we can really manage that so many countries can work together in an efficient and in a way which creates spirit and the mind of wanting to achieve something. But this is hopefully not true. And hopefully it has to do with the fact that there is really this major change, Zeitenwende, because of what happens with the Russian war and what happened with the US administration. And this is a major change.
Yeah.
And there, the idea is, and we discussed it this morning, the question whether the crisis is deep enough, I would say, that it would really change the mind of political leaders in the European Union. My feeling is that among leaders, the feeling is there, that there is this need for basic change, that there is now the moment to open up and really to say in 2028 we have two candidates which are absolutely ready to join the European Union. But in the population, it's not there. In the population of the European Union member countries, we still have a lot of work to do to convince them.
Yeah.
And as we all know, in some countries for ratification, we need the support of the population, not only of the political leaders. And even among the political leaders in the West, there is the fear of losing the next election.
Yeah.
That's how can you create a European spirit if you have all these things
of win and
which you have
lose
to
in your mind, yeah.
In your mind all the time. And there seems to be no vision and clear idea. Whereas for the candidate countries, there's a clear vision. You want to join, and you have good reasons that you want to join. But once you're there, I was often asked, because this year Austria has been a member now for 30 years, what did the European Union bring to Austria? Yeah. And I said, maybe this is the wrong question. I would like to answer the question, what does Austria bring to the European Union?
Like the Kennedy statement, what can we do for our country?
That's maybe part of our problem. We are always asking from the Union, what can we get from the Union, and not what can we give to the Union? And maybe my modest proposal is always also to, when you talk with people in Brussels, tell them also what you bring to the Union. Because there's a lot the region can.
And we heard it right now, yeah?
We heard it
really
right now. So maybe this is the best approach, because they have also to convince their publics why it is good to enlarge. And they need arguments for this. And we all have our specific strengths that we can bring to such a common European undertaking.
Yeah, and if we don't bring it in, the specific strengths, then something is missing, like in a puzzle. Yeah, it's even if a small puzzle piece is missing, there is a whole picture that is not completed. Yeah, so this could be a way to look at it. Dr. KIRTCHEVA.
I would like to come back to the Western Balkan countries. Magister Schuster mentioned all about West Balkan countries, but we observed in the last, some days ago, that it's a special focus of the EU about two of the West Balkan countries, Albania and Montenegro, and another country, Moldova, what is also a member of the Vienna Economic Forum, and I want to mention in Palma the Chisinau meeting held in Chisinau on 19th of May in this year. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport, Mr. Nikolski, only 10 days ago, if I'm not wrong, at the 7th of November, you signed with your colleague in Bulgaria this agreement about the last 24th kilometer. Maybe what I say now is not known for everybody. This is territorium. Devebair, Kriva Palanka, Beljakovci. I teach my student 35 years ago about these names and about the history of this missing railway stage. The Skopje and Sofia still today are the only two capital cities of the Balkan. They don't have so railway station. Now this is really historical, I think so, because the first Ferman, Ferman of the Sultan, we know, or maybe we should know that Ottoman Empire was something late in the industrialization in railways. And the 1st of September 1861, the Sultan given Ferman. The Ferman is the Turkish word for decree. According to the beginning of railways construction. In first concrete project, you know this, I'm sure that you know this, but maybe for auditorium, the first concrete project for a connection between Sofia and Skopje dates back to 1897. This is this missing railway part, and we know that it's about the tunnel, about the railway is something complicated, but we are in 21st century. My personal question to you, I like this question to ask, and I'm asking it the last 20 years by chance, everyone. Should I be, in person, in position to be in the railways, so in the train in Sofia, and to go to Skopje? Tell me, please.
Thank you. Simple answer is yes, but as you raised a very, very important issue, I would like to give a little bit of context. It is very, very vital corridor, as I said, from security point of view and from political point of view. NATO has declared Corridor 8 as second most important security corridor for Europe, and of course first for Southeastern Europe. It is considered, I'll give a little bit of historical context later as well, it is considered as main corridor for supply of Ukraine if, God forbids, the war continue. I would like the war to stop tomorrow if possible. And that way to avoid the Sultan that is in the moment in Istanbul, because the current supply to Ukraine goes through Bosphorus, and then the Sultan is calling most probably every afternoon or every morning the Tsar on the other side, as they perceive themselves like that, and is telling him 100 tanks have passed, 50 Haubits, so be ready, they will dock in Odessa in 3 days. In order to avoid that, we need a corridor that will not be observed by sultans or others, but will be protected by us. And that's why the railway corridor is very important, because the distance between Burgas and Odessa is very close. By vessel, it is 1 to 1.5 hours. And if we manage to get the goods to Burgas through this route, so to avoid the Asian Sea and the Bosphorus, then I think many things will change if the war continues. If the war stops and there is a reconstruction of Ukraine, something that we've been listening about this morning, then again this will be the vital corridor if we would like to reconstruct Ukraine properly. Because otherwise, again, the Bosphorus might be dry or too overwhelmed or too busy and not to function for the reconstruction of Ukraine, because when it happened in Crimea, in that time I was one of 3 people that signed the sanctions for Russia in Council of Europe. I was vice president of the Parliamentary Assembly in that time. We thought, that's it. Now there is new chapter, who knows what will happen in 10, 15, 20 years. So we have to have this corridor vital. That is the current context. That's why I am very much afraid that we might see foreign influence in this project. And I am very much afraid that the transparency that we have as a country, that the European Union has as a union, and that the institutions have, because this very short missing part of 24 kilometers is super expensive because the terrain is very difficult. It will be only tunnels and bridges, 56 bridges, 24 tunnels, just to know what we are talking about. And it will cost more than €500 million for a single track. If we go double track, then it will be more than 1 billion. What I'm afraid of is Chinese companies winning the tender, because while we are transparent, they are not. And after that, either another one supervising what is passing there, or not constructing it, because we've seen it. I'm facing that in my country. Corridor 8, but highway on the western part, the connection with Albania was awarded to Sinohydro back in 2014, still is not finished. Because they just don't want to finish it. Because they feel that that way they can politically influence us. When I was elected last year, the Chinese ambassador came and said, look, you should do this, this, and this. I don't know, take the Taiwan flag out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Do not send anyone to Taiwan from the Parliamentary Assembly, and open a space for Chinese companies, or we will not develop the corridor. When I said no, they revoked the ambassador last October. Still, there is no Chinese ambassador in Macedonia in this moment. We are small, but the location is that important geographically that we are facing this. As I said earlier, they offered what they offered for Corridor 10, so it's clear that they have a goal. And I will finish with history. You are right that the first degree, or Ferman, was signed 1861. It's true that in the end of the 19th century, it started to develop. The only reason why it didn't finish were the Balkan Wars and the First World War, but as well it's true that the developer was an Austrian, in that time, wealthy man with very important company. So I hope the developer of 21st century connection between Macedonia and Bulgaria will come from Europe, not from China. Thank you.
So sticking to the values makes sometimes slow, but hopefully not. Yeah, hopefully there will be a way that you can stick to your values and transparency and win the race and win the project. So I probably add here my question: can the West still maintain its geopolitical influence in relation to the United States, Russia, and the emerging markets? Or how can the West still maintain its geopolitical influence? I think this is also the big question. Yeah. All of you, yeah. Whoever wants to start, yeah.
I would say. Yeah, I'm not a politician, so it's easy for me. I would say yes. It certainly can, but it needs to really want it. It needs to want to have this influence, and then to find the ways to implement the things that we have. And what we need for it is in the European Union a few things, like we discussed it this morning, that we speak with one voice on fundamental issues. At the moment, we don't do it.
And that's the question, if you can speak with one voice, because in fact it's more a choir of not 27, even more. If I also take the candidates, it's a big choir, and therefore it's probably difficult to find one voice, no?
Yeah, but there is a crisis, and I think normally crisis, you shouldn't waste a good crisis, as Churchill said, presumably. And we are sure that we need to work together on defense. And what you said about Corridor 8 is one example of why, for defense issues and security issues, it's important to speak with one voice and to invest for geopolitical reasons in such a transport system that we have here. Yeah. So there are enough elements where we understand, and the population understand, why we have to speak with one voice. Unfortunately, the war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukraine is not anymore one of these elements where all 27 leaders and populations speak with one voice. So we have to be careful that we keep up on fundamental issues our common positions.
Who else would like to?
Yeah, maybe I can comment from a again, from an economic angle to this question, right, given my, where I come, the institution I come from. I think, I mean, it may be tempting from leaders, particularly in Europe, to respond to recent, let's say, trade war, tariff increases coming from the US and the potential retaliation from other large economies, both West and East. In our view, the right answer to that is not to implement similar restrictive trade measures. It's quite the opposite. So more trade, more openness is the right answer, right? And this is not just vis-a-vis third markets, for example, trying to implement new and increase existing trade agreements with bilateral trade agreements with other partners, but also it goes back to the other question that was discussed before, reducing internal barriers, deepening the single market, making the most of the single market. So that in a way reforms to go in that direction would actually strengthen Europe and therefore the European voice in the global scenery.
You want to add something?
Yeah, yes, maybe. I understand the question, but I also do not see an alternative but trying. I mean, of course, Europe has to stay for its values, has to build on its strength. We will not determine who will be the next US president. We will not determine what happens in Russia or China in the next decades. So we have to see what can we do from our own resources. And as I said, I think we are quite strong in certain areas. Usually it's also true that in Europe the mood is worse than the situation. That is true, also in Austria, if I may say so. But I think, no, the potential is definitely there. One remark, because if I may, there was the question, okay, what has Europe done for Austria, or what should Austria do for I give you an example from my small, from my small area. When Austria was joining the European Union in 1995, was automatically also becoming member of the European Investment Bank, that's part of the EU treaties, and has paid in 550 million euros to get, I think, 2.5% of the shares of the bank. In return, since 1995, Austria got 33 billion of investments back. So that's one of the numbers. Yeah, and you can quote them because I'm always happy to show that there is more than the open borders and the common currency. I think there are really some very concrete, tangible results from the membership.
And even without looking abroad, even staying in the European market, I think we have also issues. I have in mind the discussion this morning about the talent base, how to retain talent in the country. We heard from Serbia that they lose their talents to Austria, for example. Yeah. So I think this is another challenge, how to be, on the one hand, cooperative and look in terms of togetherness, and on the other hand, that means also that you're still in competition, one country with the others, even in Europe, no?
I think that's a huge dilemma for the European Union, and that's just another example of why we have no single market. We have no single market in the European Union. That's not only about regulations, also about regulations, but you see it in every respect. In the defense industry, you see it in the educational system, you see it especially in the social systems that we have. As long as there is no real single market, the potential that we have cannot be fully utilized.
Yeah. So again, it's here effect of mindset, no? Of really going into togetherness. Yeah. So I would like to start to open the floor for questions, because I experienced you as such an engaged audience. Wonderful. Here on the left side, 2 questions, and then we move to the right. Yeah. Perfect. The best questions are coming from you.
Hi, it's an honor to be here. My name is Sophia Opferkuch, and I'm a senior international relations student at Webster Vienna Private University. And my question is directed more towards Dr. Sebastian Sosa. And because I'm currently writing a paper on the world systems analysis by Emanuel Wallerstein, where he discusses the core and the periphery states, and I'm looking into whether these international financial institutions, such as the IMF or the World Bank, create a financial dependency, and thus perpetuating the cycle of the core states remaining the dominant ones. So my question goes back to these common pitfalls of foreign direct investment and aid, such as artificially oversized sectors and other anomalies, and perhaps if you could enlighten us on how to avoid these moving forward. Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you. I will try to address it in a short way. I mean, we could spend hours discussing this issue, right? I mean, but I will stick to my institution, the IMF. I mean, by nature, the type of financing that we provide, which is basically a lender of last resort type of financing, right? We typically engage in financial support to countries when they basically lost access to international financial markets, right? So it's basically to help countries deal with balance of payments, of currency crisis, right? So this, by definition, is more of a short-term financial support. I mean, usually this type of financial support comes together with supports to implement structural reforms to put countries in a sustainable growth path, and at the same time to make sure that countries can basically resolve any fiscal and debt sustainability issues. In other words, address the underlying fiscal or macroeconomic determinants of the crisis, and at the same time putting the country in a, let's say, sustainable path for faster and more inclusive potential growth. And you can see it including in the region. We were focusing earlier on Western Balkan countries. So many of the countries I would say in the Western Balkans, but also in the CESI, Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe more broadly, used to rely on IMF financing. They basically graduated from that. They do not require IMF financing any longer. They now manage to basically borrow from international markets. The role of private capital there is significantly larger than the role of IFI lending. I mean, at least again when referring to balance of payment needs. What I would like to mention is that what we do, continue to support and engage very closely with the developing countries and emerging markets, and including emerging markets in Europe, is in the area of capacity development. This is an area where we do see significant constraints in the region, and this goes back to the issue of implementing reforms that are difficult in nature, both from a technical point of view, but also from a political point of view. So we do see that in implementing some of the reforms presents challenges for candidate countries, and we have been, the IMF has been providing capacity development, technical assistance in many of these areas. I mean, just to mention a few, fiscal structural issues, for example, to strengthen public financial management, to strengthen budgeting capacities, to strengthen the quality of public investment management, but also on other issues, for example, central bank related issues and financial sector issues. Other IFIs also play a role in this, but even when we don't play such an active role in terms of financing, we continue to provide support on the capacity development side. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have the next question, right here.
Yes, wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. My name is Julian Hefel. I'm also a student at Webster Vienna. Thank you very much for your very inspiring insight so far. My question is directed to you, Mr. Schuster. You were talking about that we have missing capital, especially in the area of scale-ups. And now my question is, can the rising private equity market, especially in the area of small caps and lower mid caps, be a sufficient solution to that? And if yes, how can we change that mentality of being reluctant to that within Europe? Thank you.
So on your first question, I think yes. It's just a question of scaling up the instrument. But the instrument as such is good. So the private equity markets, I think that's definitely one of the keys to solve it. But as I said, the question is how can you make the market large enough so that really has an effect in the economy? I'm coming back again to my answer on the Capital Markets Union, because it will also help on the private equity side. Once you're making the continent, the European Union, attractive for outside investors, then the capital will most likely flow also into that area. How to change mentality? Well, if I had the answer, that's a good one. I think, well, you have to show successes. Huh? That is what is needed first. You need success stories. And you have, here in Vienna, you have a fantastic high-tech company that produces semiconductors for aeronautics, that is working on different autonomous machines. So there you have someone. It's not even a unicorn. It's far beyond. It's a successful company, but show success stories. And my experience, and we have supported hundreds of thousands of European companies over the last 6 decades. Once you're showing to the private sector that this or that can be successful, then you find others who are saying, okay, now let's try, let's go into that direction. One example, although it's seen a bit critical these days, maybe only a trend, I'm not sure. We decided in 2019, I think it was, to stop financing fossil fuel investments. So we went with our investments outside coal, gas, and oil, and it was a signal into the market. Yeah, you've seen that other investors, big companies, went the same route. Priorities might change. That's more a political decision, but you can show that from a public bank or with public money, you can send these signals into the markets of what is needed, and that might hopefully over a long time also motivate a bit of changing mentalities.
So we have the next question over there.
Thank you very much. My name is Severin Mihailova. I'm associate professor in financial law from the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration of Sofia University, Bulgaria. Our university is a member of the League of Universities from the Vienna Economic Forum region. Dear Ambassador Dr. KIRTCHEVA, I would like to congratulate you about your wonderful idea to establish the League of Universities from Vienna Economic Forum region. And in this respect, I would like to address my question and my proposal to panelists in the panel. I would like to put forward a proposal and kindly address the government representatives of the countries whose universities are part of the League of Universities to explore whether their governments would be ready to support a high-level conference under the motto Intellectual Power as a Motor, Regional Networks and Global Impact to be held in Sofia in 2026 with the organizational support of Vienna Economic Forum. By the way, last week I was in Skopje together with my colleagues from the faculty, and we were there together with representatives of all faculties of economics in the region, and we were together with your colleagues from Skopje University. They had 75 Fifth University from the establishment of the Faculty of Economics. So thank you. This is my question to all panelists here.
So who would like to pick it up, the question? Or would you like to start?
Maybe only a short sentence. Vienna Economic Forum established this league of universities from Vienna Economic Region, from the Adriatic to the Black Sea in June last year. And member of the established members, they are a university from Sofia University, University for National and World Economy in Sofia, University in Skopje, University in Chisinau, and Bled School in Slovenia. So we have written, we are ready to invite other, for example, University of Montenegro, and here, Pristina, Kosovo, here I don't see at the moment, the rector of the Pristina University is here also so from the founding member of this league. It was so in the formal session, it was so spoken about what kind of importance education has. Young people, you are here, you are asking, you are in education, think about your future, think about your intellectual power to be the motor. The motto of Vienna Economic Forum 2021 year is economy is the motor. But economy sometimes, like the moment, my opinion, is in some regulation from the politics. Think about pragmatical aim of your education. And you ask about the mentality. If the people from the region, not only from our region, from Adriatic to the Black Sea, not only from the Balkan, but if people like you, young people, are thinking about pragmatical, what to do, how to make our and the life of the other better, I think this is a precondition to change also the mentality, to have to build the same or something so mentality like economy needs. This is my short idea, my short suggestion. And actually, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister Jaushai, you are for second time here with us, Vienna Economic Forum. We are ready to invite also the University of Montenegro to become member of our league.
And also
It's on.
A few words, and I think the University of Montenegro is ready. It's not good to don't be in Montenegro in this your initiative, and I think we can do to be this initiative to be better if the University of Montenegro will be on. And as I explained in my speech, Montenegro is the candidate to be a member of EU, and we hope we can finish this process chapter next year, and to be the first new member of EU. And I think or university or other things or cultural institution need to be integrated in all international forums, and for it you will have support, I think, and from University of Montenegro. Thank you.
And there is, Dr. BRIX would like to add something.
I would just say I very much like the proposal. I support it certainly, because I have learned throughout my years in working with higher education that we have a real problem in Europe at the moment, because when you talk to those universities in Western Europe, European Union, they say every support that is given, every subsidy that is given, every grant that is given has to be merit-based only. What does this mean? This means it goes mainly to the old Western European universities, not to the universities in the region. And whenever me and our colleagues speak out for the region, they always say, no, this is science and academia, it has to be merit-based only. But this is a political issue. It's a political issue to support the academic world also in the region. So that's why I think to have a meeting on such a question, and also on the question that we discussed this morning, is it good to have a brain drain? We had this discussion that on the one hand, it's certainly not good if you use the people you educate, but on the other hand, it was said, if you don't educate people in your own country, this is also
you
not
lose,
good.
you lose immediately.
You lose immediately. So these are questions which are worth discussing, and I think it's an excellent proposal.
Yeah. So another question here in the second row. Microphone is already coming.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, I'm Salih Limani, Ambassador, also honorary member of the Committee of Vienna Economic Forum. I don't have actually a question, it's more like a request. First of all, I am delighted to receive the honesty of the panel today, and my request is to the Deputy Prime Minister of Republic of North Macedonia, since in the same time he's our Minister of Transport and Infrastructure. Would I kindly to request that, if possible, since Vienna Economic Forum is hosting the forum 2 times in a year, first half in one of the countries which are partners, patrons, and the second half of the year in Vienna. So it will be great if you will invite Vienna Economic Forum to Skopje, first half of 2026, to reconnect us and for sure to increase our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. The idea is good, and of course the invitation is open. There will be direct line by Austrian Vienna Ohrid from May, so we can do it in Ohrid as well. We will discuss about it. Thank you.
A wonderful suggestion. What do you say, Dr. KIRTCHEVA?
I say that maybe here we are so listening to some competition because we just proposed to Montenegro to be the next in the April, the next Vienna Economic Podgorica.
Then we can do 27 in
but
Ohrid.
the first Vienna Economic Forum in Macedonia was in Ohrid, and it's a beautiful place, and it's Podgorica and Ohrid. Maybe you can organize 2 times.
Make a journey.
27, thank you.
Wonderful. So I would allow 1 more question or 2 more questions, if there are ones. No more questions. Yeah?
If I may again, this time directed to you, Mr. Ambassador Dr. BRIX. I heard you mention that the candidate states of the European Union have like a clear goal, a clear vision, what they're working towards, and that's why it's working out. Could it be, or could one say, that the European Union is currently missing a common goal, a common vision, and that is one reason why we're having the troubles that we're having? Thank you.
It's good when students already know everything. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is obviously no common vision in the European at the moment. We are very pragmatic. We try to be better and better in what we do in our given structures, but the way forward is not there. To a certain extent, it reminds me of an analysis of the late Habsburg monarchy, when it said the wheels of the bicycle are moving, but it's not touching the ground. Sorry.
So we need a new common goal. So before we come to a closing round with you, I want to say we are ready. We have the video. Do you want to add something to the video before we play it?
Maybe not to the video, but for some questions I can
Yes,
just add
yeah,
right now.
we would love.
So in Moldova, we are looking a lot at the experience of IFC, World Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the EBRD. Not just because we are partners, but also we look at their approach. And for instance, you told about fund of funds. So we have the same, because in Moldova, it's a small country. We have only 2.4 million inhabitants now, and in diaspora, around 1 million. So we are looking at this opportunity to open the first fund of funds, to pour around 25% as first loss tranche, and another 75% to be attracted from the private sector. And we saw the EBRD's experience starting with 1997 in Poland. We went to Poland to see how they developed it, and we are now near ready to announce the first call, because what we see, so we are looked at the structure of our companies. 63,000 of companies are registered in Moldova, out of which 98%, so near everyone, is SME. And out of them, 90% are micro. Compared to EU, medium, it's 50%. So we need some new approaches, instruments to grow this micro to small and small to, and so on. For the fund of funds, for mature, enough mature small and medium companies, we want to develop a couple of equity investment funds. And for start IT and deep tech startups, we want also to develop 1 or maybe 2 venture capitals. So we already had all the laws entered into force, but we still need a couple of, let's say, internal issues to solve within the Entrepreneurship Development Organization. This is the practical arm of the Ministry of Economic Development, so they are granting grants, different privileged interest rate loans, and so on. And so we'll develop this particular instrument, fund of funds, we call it, within this the Entrepreneurship Development Organization. And secondly, I would like to add about how we keep young people.
Yeah,
we had the same. Unfortunately, we had the same situation. Maybe till 22. What we see now, we have the same goal to enter EU, and that's why our. So we see that more and more young people choose to come back home, or even to study in Moldova, not abroad. But we helped with some new faculties, meaning, let's say, gaming, I mean, a lot of digital new instruments for them. Also, a lot of new innovative digital accelerators, incubators, and we hope that this trend to keep them home will will support us. That's all what I would like to say.
Wonderful. So now we are ready for your video.
Oh, thank
and
you.
Yeah, before we then do the closing round. And so I would like the technicians to ask to play the video. Here we go.
It's very positive.
Very good. Yeah, and it's with this spirit that we should look into the future. And to do the closing round, I'm tempted now to ask you what could be a common goal for Europe, but probably this is a too huge question, because we are speaking about strengthening the European voice. Yeah? If I would ask you to choose one word to tell us what the tone of voice should be, what word would it be? What should be the quality of an European voice? Is there, it's perfect. Unity, so a unified voice, that's the most important, yeah, from your point of view. Yeah, who else
Confidence, confidence.
Confidence. Confident voice.
Strong voice.
Strong.
I think confidence is the most important, I agree.
I'm with Ambassador KIRTCHEVA on the unity, yes.
Unified, yeah.
I would add unity and openness.
And openness, yeah, of course, also very important, yeah.
Just to elaborate, what do you mean by that? When others tend to build walls, Europe usually builds bridges. So that's what I mean by openness. They should continue to remain, to continue.
Yeah, all of this is right. So we need a strong voice, we need a confident voice, and especially a unified voice. Thank you so much for the discussion. Please stay on stage with me because we move. No, you deserve a big applause first. And you as well, as you are such an interactive audience, which makes the discussion so vital. We are now coming to another highlight of the day, the award ceremony. And before we move to the award ceremony, I would like to invite Professor Savina Gleminova to say a few words about the established initiative League of Universities from the Vienna Economic Forum region. You will get a microphone. You opened already the topic before, and so perfect to hear again.
I already mentioned this initiative, so welcome in Sofia next year.
So now we move to the award ceremony, and the first award is a plaque of honor, which is Dr. BRIX handing over to the Republic of Moldova, the country partner of the year 2025 for the excellent, long-standing and future-oriented cooperation. Wonderful. Shall they remain seated for the... Yeah, it's fine like this. Yeah, it's fine like this. Yeah, and for the valuable contribution to the realization of the common pro-European mission, thank you so much. And the second, yeah, of course.
Thank you a lot.
Words.
It's a great honor for me and for the country, for sure. And just a few words, you know, we are talking about Europe to be strong, but now it's not the best time, let's say, but we have in Moldova a proverb, that bad time born strong people. So I hope we'll have strong Europe in a couple of years.
That's so true. What a wonderful quote. Yeah. So in the second plaque of honor, Dr. KIRTCHEVA will hand over it. It's presented to the European Investment Bank, so to Mr. Schuster, supporting partner of the year 2025 for the valuable contribution.
I'm very pleased that Vienna Economic Forum is working together with the European Investment Bank long time. And on the behalf of the board of Vienna Economic Forum, Mr. Schuster, I would like to ask you to take this plaque of honor
a supporting partner of the year 2025 to European Investment Bank. Thank you very much for being with us.
One second, and then we do. Thanks a lot. Big surprise. So I have not prepared a big response now, but congratulations to this edition again. And I think you know, such a forum, it is super important. It is quite unique when I look here at the scenery, what we have here in Austria, but also in other parts. So please continue, and we see each other again the latest next year. Thank you.
Wonderful. Stay with me here for the closing words. Yeah, and there are some more possibilities to take pictures. Wonderful. One last picture. So now, on behalf of the Vienna Economic Forum, I would like to thank you and you for your engagement. Today, I think we have witnessed again how essential the dialogue is to transcend sectors and borders, and today's discussions have shown that Europe's strength lies in its ability to unite diverse perspectives and to transform challenges into opportunities. So I wish you fruitful follow-up discussions, continued inspiration, and a safe journey home. And yeah, as it was already said, we look forward to seeing you again at the next Vienna Economic Forum. Thank you so much.